Humanities. And from our college, we are going to any international conference at the Picture near Starwood. The things are going on. So you should probably conference scheduled in the month of February 2023. And please get ready for another milestone of our college. And thank so many things in coming days. So enjoy the day, enjoy the hospitality by the Department of English, enjoy our institution. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I will the program and thanks the thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request Professor Parthiban to introduce Dr. A. Chandrabose, the Senate member of Madras University, Madurai.
Respected Humanities, rights, Dr. Rights. It gives me an immense pleasure to introduce Dr. A. Dr. Chandrabose, Senthikumara, University, and Assistant Professor of English, College. This area of specialty, English conversation, Indian writing English, and development studies. And we have 15 years of experience. And we have guided nearly 8 people and a complete number of young men. He published 23, nearly 26 research articles in a paper journal, and he published a book entitled English Teaching or Linguistics Perspective. And he has undertaken many projects and organized more number of national and international disciplines. And he conferred a Best Teacher Award in 2018 from Career Research Commission. And he has presented complete number of papers in national and international seminars. He authored 7 books. He authored 7 chapters in a book. He delivered talks in many various national and international conferences. With these brief notes, I hand over my book.
This is a great opportunity for me to meet you all in this international conference on recent trends in literature and language. First, I would like to submit my sincere gratitude to the management of this great college, the most respected secretary and correspondent of this college, the principal of the college, again, Department of English, the college, the senior faculty members of this college, resource persons from the other countries, especially Professor Virudhunagar from Sri Lanka, the fellow resource persons, more importantly, the Bodhi International Journal of Humanities and Arts and Science, Director Dr. K.K., the leader of the seminar, Dr. Nadar, and other senior faculty members in this college, faculties from various colleges, research scholars, students. I'm really happy to stand before you to share some of the ideas about literature. When you listen to the word literature, you cannot define the meaning of literature. How literature help us to cope up our life, to understand the feeling of others, emotions of others. Literature plays a major role in the lives of many people. Before understanding what is literature, what is the current trends in English literature and language, we should understand the history of literature, how it emerged. The literature is a different form that we have right now. Previously, literature is in the form of paintings, is in the form of inscriptions, is in the form of different forms. So now the form of literature has changed as Mr. rightly pointed out. We have those days we had a Manoj book, a voluminous books. We don't even carry those books. We simply read and read so many pages. It will better with those. With those pages and the matters. The matters which were discussed by the very writers those days, they talk about the life of kings and queens, such as dukes, not common man. The literature was invented for inculcating moral values among the human beings. It had morality place and other religious texts. Then writers like Shakespeare, Milton, and other people, they are talking about the aristocratic life of people. And what happens after some years, Jackson and other writers, English writers, they talk about the common man's life. Somehow they have touched all the areas of human life. The writers like Jackson, she talked about the intricacies of human. And Indian writers like R.K. Nadar and others, they talk about the life of Indians. And the subject matters of literature vary from high level to the lower level. We cannot say this is the literature. Everything is literature. We cannot say the highly written form is literature. No, it is not like that. Even a diary can be a literature. Even a writing letter, the personal letter to the friend or doctor or relatives become a literature. You know that. The famous diary of Annie Grant about the World War and Holocaust become a literature. So subject matters and the form is completely different now. As I pointed out, we have 6 words. Only 6 words. How will we understand? I read a novel. It's only 6 words. Rebecca wrote the novel this way. She has died. She gave her life. Simply 6 words. What do you understand from these 6 words? You can understand many things. There are multiple perspectives. Those days, they simply record what had happened. After some years, they write their own experiences. Whatever experience they had, they wrote that form of literature. Whenever they visit some conducive places, they observe and write as a poem. Whenever they see small objects, they write a poem. We have the great poet of Christian art. It was unread all, and it became a very famous poem. And there are a number of things you can say. They love nature, they become a romantic poet. They love classical matters, they become classical writers. They read the life of commoners, they become a common writers. Now you can be a great writer. There is no grammar for writers. There is no grammar for subject matters. Whatever you write is accepted. Everything is literature. So you can also, as a student of literature, you can also create. You can appreciate literature and also create. Sigmund Freud says, the normal mind cannot write, cannot do anything. See, if you are having a disturbed mind, says, you are an ordinary man has a disturbed mind, you can write. They are all appreciating literature, they are having a disturbed mind. In disturbed mind, in the sense, they are disturbed by so many things. By love, by nature, by unwanted things, by innovative things. It creates literature. The literarians, they touch various topics. There is no specific topic. If you want to know the life of children, you must read John Ruskin's. We have Indian writers. We have so many writers. You just read those writers and understand. Ruskin born. You want to understand the scientific matters, you have to read some other scientific writers. See, there is no specific, this is what I want to say, there is no specific topic you can understand. Sometimes people used to explain the intricacies of the individuals. When you read Senthikumara the outcast, you understand how the Spartans face the difficulties in their life. Likewise, so many writers, we have Rama, who talked about the life of Dalits in this area. You want to understand the lifestyle of Senthikumara, you understand, you can read Humanities novels. So the writers from various fields, various regions, if you want to understand the Black Americans' sufferings, you must read the Sudan and the novels. So writers came from various regions and they touch various topics which are all relevant in this context. And now the writer's attitude has changed. They observe and write. Those days they have influenced people by writing their ideas. Now it is not like that. They simply observe and explain writing. The attitude of the readers also changed. We have changed reading novels and other things. We read as writing point out. We have a picture novel. We have picture novel. We have flashy novel. At the advent of information communication technology, we have audiobooks, e-books. We need not read anything. Simply listen. Very recently, I listened only in Selva. It is about 3 hours. Instead of reading, I listen. There are a number of chances you can write your own ones. You have blogs. You can be a blog. Very recently, I found there was an app, Space Tier. It's called Space Tier. You have Space Tier. You can have the information about Shakespeare in that. We have YouTube. There is a book tube. You can read books. You can also upload your idea. So many things are there, and you can create. See, those days we enjoy literature, we appreciate literature. This is the right time to create our own literature. The platform is yours. Everything is literature. Everybody is with this note. Thank everyone for giving me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving an overview of English. Next, I invite Dr.KK to propose from.
Morning to you all. Very happy to have you. I would like to thank the principal for coming here and delivering some lots of enthusiasm for us. It's motivated us hope for the further learnings. Next, I would like to thank the speaker who has delivered his speech for all the areas of and recent developments. My brother, next, I would like to thank the speakers for going to deliver the Dr. Bodhi and Dr. humble and kind of I'm waiting. Next, I would like to thank the human response. Next, I would like to thank Dr. Bodhi, Director of Bodhi for all those people and all of you for your presence here. And I wish all the success in your life for me. Going to deliver the kind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It is the role of Constitution. Let's play Patti now. After the speech day, we'll have a keynote session where our is started. Let's all play Patti.
Okay.
side environments like MIT and AHU. Okay, so academic writing is not a cup of coffee. Okay, it demands a lot of training, okay, practice. The essays written by one of the English essays. Okay? And the title of the essay is The Principles of Good Writing. It's one of the essay written by English writer. Okay? The title is The Principles of Good Writing, where he says writing is 99% hard work, okay? and 1% inspiration. 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration. So, those have empty ideas in our mind. So, we need to work hard on it. Okay, to give shape and form to our life. So, I think this is a session of this is a session an important need of the hour for this for our students. So, with these few words, I invite Dr. Virudhunagar for his session on academic writing. Welcome.
Very good morning to all of you. And the Secretary of Senthikumara Principal and the Director of Bodhi International Conference, Chelsea English Language Literature, Dr. I understand his very key role in Bodhi publishment, international Bodhi Conference, a journal which has a great network in South Asia, growth, and he has played a key role in this journal and collecting more kind of articles from all over the world. And we are really happy and that he has organized this kind of international conference on trends in English language and literature. Very much thankful to him, and also that Dr.KK and Senthikumara and Dr. S. Ramanathan, distinguished speakers of the China and the distinguished academicians, the head of the department. I'm sorry that I do have told this one, Dr. R. Kabilan, the head and associate professor, Department of English. I'm sorry, sir. And so all other academicians and the distinguished guests, research scholars, presenters, and my students. It is indeed a great privilege and honor to have been invited by Bodhi International Conference to have this session to speak on academic writing skills in English. So, first of all, let me express my sincere gratitude and thanks for inviting me. And I understand this Nadar College in Virudhunagar is one of the oldest colleges, and through the speech delivered by the principal, I understand this college is contributing immensely towards the academic excellence of the students in this area, and it is of course a tremendous contributions to the students. And also that I understand several programs are conducted for the benefit of the students. That is one of the hallmarks of the academic institutions, I should say. So that is all for the academic excellence of the students. Their well-being and the welfare of the students, and this college has considered, college is concerned more about the welfare and well-being of the the students from this area. So they are benefiting immensely because of the huge contributions of Senthikumara. So we all should be proud of the institution, and we pray the Almighty for the betterment of this institution. So inshallah, Almighty blessings on the strength, wisdom, and the intellectual power. And so in that way, we hope in future be able to contribute more towards the excellent academic excellence from students from this area. So thank you very much. And with that, I will start my presentation. Like this academic writing is I can present as a speech. So this is a session like that, a workshop session, and it is an interactive session. So I can't finish it within 40 minutes. But anyway, because of the time constraints and all, and I will make it brief, a rough idea of this academic writing, what kind of things that you will have to consider, and all I will briefly discuss with you. So I may ask you questions if it is a kind of interactive session. Therefore, you have pen and notebook, and time to time I may ask you to reinforce your understanding. Right? I know that after 10 or 15 minutes, now you will be daydreaming. Am I right? So you won't concentrate on it. So in fact, it should not be the way. So hope you will enjoy anything from my presentation for 30 to 40 minutes. In future, I assure that if your college invites me, I will have a workshop with KK will be online or physical session. Thank you very much. Now let's start the session. Let's start. You can go to the other one. Next, we can go to the next. You can go to the next slide. Okay. So why academic writing? Now this is the question I am raising you. What is academic writing? Who are the academics? Why is it necessary? So academic writing is you all are PhD students and right postgraduate students. Do you write assignments? Do you sit for the examination, write papers, research articles, papers, or articles to newspapers, magazines, etc. for the benefit of the students? Are you involved in writing? Yeah. And if you to whom you are writing, academics or scholars. So this is very important. You are not writing articles or anything to newspapers or any kind of. You are writing academics. Now, who are the academics in your institutions? Your lecturers, your professors are academics. Scholars are there who will read yours. Okay, now once you write an assignment, who will read it? Who will read it? So you are fellow scholars, isn't it? So otherwise, examiners or lecturers, if you write an article to magazines, your scholars will read it out, not others, right? Okay, so that is academic writing. Now, it has deals with assignments, essay, paper, research paper, term paper, argumentative paper, essay, analysis paper, essay, informative essay, position paper, etc. You write research articles, you write thesis, you write assignments. So in that, to whom you are writing, that is where you should have in your mind, right? Okay. So that is academic writing. Academics are writing to academics. Maybe for certain reasons, maybe for passing the examination, or you are sharing your knowledge for various purposes. I will tell you. However, all of these assignments have the same goal and principle. They have the same goal and principle. Whatever you write, there is an aim, there is a goal. If you write a thesis of a research and abstract, there is a purpose. So you have to think of it. The message you convey, or the knowledge you convey, or else the new knowledge, right? Or the new invention, or something new which others haven't found that you are conveying to your fellow scholars or to the benefit of the country itself. In academic writing assignments, choose your own best answers to discuss in your paper. You have your answer. Now, suppose if you write that, if you do a research, right, you have a topic, right? So, based on the topic, you do research. What do you mean the research? Finding the truth, something new, right? And you identify the problem and you collect data, and after that, you you have literature review, what other researchers have said about it, and justify your argument and put it, right? So that is kind of discussion. Choose your own best answer to the topic. Now, most of you have done research, I think, UAMP, masters, PhDs, so now, so that writing as a purpose, as a goal, as an objective. Otherwise, your paper will share your thoughts and findings and justify your answer with logic and evidence. So you have your argument. Now, for example, if you give me a small question. Right now, for example, from the point of view, I say this speaking is one of the most important skills. This is the most important skills. Why students are unable to develop oral skills? Now they learn all this, they are educated, but still they are able to communicate fluently in English to the others. Right? So now you do a research on it. What is the reason here? Why students are unable to develop communicative competence in English? Why? Now in Sri Lanka, now the secondary education, 13 years, right? Preliminary, secondary, and tertiary level, 13 years is study in government schools, it is general English, but still they are unable to communicate fluently in English. Because they learn English as one of the subjects. From the O level, that is ordinary level, general certificate of ordinary level, English is compulsory. So they have passed the examination, and after the 2 years GC advanced level, at the end of the GC advanced level examination, it's a decisive examination to seek university admission. For that, English literature, language and literature they can offer. And in addition to that, we have general English also. But English and literature, besides the university institutions, they offer English as one of the subjects. Otherwise, English is not compulsory. If they made it compulsory, what happens is students don't, admission to universities will be very much less. Therefore, they haven't made it compulsory, but the students should know. English is very important to pursue their higher studies in universities because 98% of resources are found in English. Now, for example, social sciences and humanities, you find all the textbooks in English. So, in Sri Lanka, professors, these academics who do their researches, and after that, their findings, they write in English. They don't write in, they are hardly writing their articles in English. So the resources, articles, research papers are most of them in English, right? So to understand that, right, the first degree students who undergraduates, postgraduate students should have a good proficiency in English. Otherwise, they won't be able to refer to additional resources and expand more knowledge, right? To do their degrees or academic program success. English is very important. They find a large number of resources in medicine, technology, nursing, law, commerce and finance. You find purely in the resources like that. So that is very important. Now that we see logically, now you have an argument and you have to justify it. That is research. Now I am a witness here. Now normally, literature, basically literature. Now I am not as an examiner of this PhD, the evaluation examiner. The PhD scholars go on narrating the story. So their research as narrative. They narrate the story. It's not narrating the story. You have to identify the problem. Example, Indian writing in English, or else feminism, or the psychoanalysis, or whatever it is. You identify the problem in the your novels, you have selected. And one the problem, then you have the main argument object. You have your main argument, and you try to justify through literature review, but others have said, and you have to relate to your society and justify your view. So that is the basic thing here that I am that you have to show here. Your paper will share your thoughts and findings. The findings are the data collection. You have your findings and justify your answer with logic and evidence. In a logical manner, right? Otherwise, it's not a research. Even writing assignments also should be that. Okay. So the goal of academic writing not to show off everything that you know about your topic, but you understand and think critically about your topic. So critical thinking is very important. Why you want to justify? How you want to justify? Now, 5 questions that always keep in mind what that is in research. That is when you do a research, right? Now essay writing or paragraph writing, whatever it is, writing, essay writing and a research paper. You ask these 5 questions. Now, so what is first question? WHO, right? What is it? What is my topic? Right? Who is the topic? Who are you writing? Who means your audience? Now, for a simple example, I can give you when you write an assignment. Now, you know who is going to it, who is assessing, who is evaluating the assignment? Your supervisor or your teacher, right? So you have to keep him in your mind. Why do you want to keep him in your mind? You should know what he expects, right? Now he has a rubric. Please be familiar with the rubric. Now I'm writing an assignment according to the rubric. Now, you have a full criteria of the rubric or the values of the rubric. In your rubric, you find excellent, very good, good, satisfactory, something like that, Bodhi, like that. So, if you want to get excellent on distinction pass, right? What criteria you should fulfill? That is the expectation of your audience, right? Even thesis writing also, you supervise it. This is what I need. Normally, when you write academic writing articles, you see whether that we are right, whether the problem is there, aim is there, background, okay, introduction, and you introduce a topic. Your topic should be there, and your background, research problem, objective, findings, and solutions. These are the aspects you should fulfill. So make sure that is what I'm telling you. You should have a goal. You should answer these questions. Right. So the goal of academic writing is not to show off everything what you know, right? And you're talking, but you understand and think critically about your topic. Develop skills in research, evaluating information, evaluate. You collect data and you evaluate it. By what you need to evaluate, give a value to your findings. Give value. Your answers. Think critically. Why? What importance does it? Whatever you do, the research should have some kind of impact on the system. Now, when I was doing my PhD, right, I had to make a proposal, university transformation of university, university transformation of Sri Lanka. So, because we are given a fund, research fund, PhD grant, was scholarships. So, at the interview, they asked me, okay, now, proposal is so, what impact does it have on the society? Whether it has any value. That's what they expect. Otherwise, 3 years you are doing research, and the university grants you study for 3 years in salary, and huge fund is also granted to you. If it doesn't bring about any kind of transformation or any knowledge, expertise to the society, it's of no use. It's a waste of time, really. So make sure always when you do research, whether it has some kind of impact on the society. So it should bring about a change in the society. After you are presenting your finding or research, you should see a change. Otherwise, what is the use? It can be literature or any subject. Most of the time, literature they write about Shakespeare or William Wordsworth or Dickens novels or American literature, but we have to see whether there is any impact on the society. On the society or academic institution one, so on academic or scholars. What kind of importance it has? Please see when your research is worthwhile, otherwise it's of no use. Now, develop skills in research, evaluating information, organizing, arguing, responding. You should always argue critically. These skills, by the way, are valued by employers. Employers means the person, employers can be a supervisor, right? Or by or UGC professionals, right? Or your scholars, or anybody, or stakeholders. Keep always in mind. There are 51 slides here, but I'm going to read it. I'm not going to read it. When I reach 40 minutes, just now. So that because I'm very concerned about the time. Right. So these are the important things. When you write your assignment or paper or research, have a clear purpose. The goal of your paper answer the question to you. Right. Okay, and you see your questions gives you a purpose. So these are the principles of academic writing. What do you mean the principles? That they have some kind of, what you expect like a persuasive purpose. What do you mean by persuasive purpose? It is related to argument, right? Persuade means we have to convince. Who do you want to convince? Your scholars, like your fellow scholars. You want to persuade your supervisor, your guide, or the readers who reads your article or your assignment. So persuasive purpose. So if you want to make it persuade, it always be critical or critical point of view. Or you have to review it. You have to justify your main argument. So then only it is persuasive. One simple example I can give you: a lawyer is arguing in the courthouse. Now he wants to prove his client is not a murderer. He wants to release him, right? But he is the murderer because he has a client has told the lawyer, "I have done this saving." It's not like Mahatma Gandhi, right? So now he collects evidences to prove his main argument in the court that he is not guilty, he is innocent. It's very difficult task, isn't it? So remember, he's the judge. You imagine the situation? All the evidences of the knife which was used for murder, all kind of everything he hides and he collects data who find this in favor of his argument and presents to the court in a logical manner. So and so and so. So the judge is according to the penal code. So there is no evidence. that he has committed murder, he releases. So that means your skills, the skills of that skills you have to defend your life. This is something like that. If you have to defend your argument, the supervisor can ask you, okay, now this problem is now, they will ask several questions. Critically, they can ask the question. You should be able to defend because you are the expert in your field, not your supervisor or any other. Please understand, in your, I think, research or in your assignment, you are the expert. How can you become an expert? It depends on how you defend your argument. Is it clear? Otherwise, it's not a research. Okay. First question. Analytical. Once we collect data, we should be able to analyze. Is that so? Like we get demographic details here. For example, students here, they age, their level, their education qualification. And you do a research in here, right? So, speaking is towards COVID-19, due to COVID-19 period, students did not learn English. They could not learn English properly because there is the online teaching was not interactive. Normally, English teaching is always interactive. We don't want to show ourselves, the teachers. We want to develop the skills of students. So you put them into groups and all these various tasks. And develop this with a particular skill where not which you want to develop. So in online teaching, it's not there. So you see, you do a research. But it's wrong. Even online teaching, there are some ways you can interact with it. So identify and see what weaknesses are there. Right. So you have to analyze data. The analytical assignment of investigate. You see, this is higher order of thinking skills for you to do attention. Investigate the causes, examine the effects, evaluate effectiveness, assess ways to solve problems, find the relationship between various ideas, analyze other people's ideas. This is literature review. What others have said, you have to analyze. Literature review, you have a framework, conceptual framework, definition of your question, objective, etc. And you give what others have said, what you want to say. Okay, so now these are the higher order of thinking is involved in academic writing, not writing articles in the newspaper. In the newspaper, or when you are a child, whatever comes into your mind, you don't explain your writing. Am I right? For myself, my school, etc. In academic writing, it's not that. You write, and lot of thinking skills, critical thinking skills, and persuasive purpose or analytical skills. Critically review, critically see, ask those questions what I told you other questions. What, who, when, where, how. What is the topic? To whom is it? Why you are doing it? The research? How you are going to do research? When you are doing? Where you are doing? When, where, how, why, what, who. All these things are people. So critical thinking, critical analysis plays a key role in your writing, academic writing. So these are important. So it should be always informative purpose. The next one is first I told you persuasive, second one is analytical, third one is informative. You inform your findings. To explain possible answers to your questions, giving readers new information about you. New information about you. because it is the new idea, new invention, or new whatever the new concept at the time. So you want so audience engagement, that is who is the audience? Your reader. Like we are writing a research, PhD research or anything, or master's research, your audience is your guide, one person. The other one who reads and gets information. Citation, you cite research, so you do a citation and do it. So, if you want to reference word, you have to read a lot. So, you are the writer's audience. You play the role of audience. So, clear point of view, that's very important. Although you will present other people's ideas, and this is literature, other people's ideas of all of your papers to show what you think about these things. Your paper will support your own original idea, other species, right? So you see whether the others literature review, what others have written is within suits your argument. It may suit or it may not suit, but you justify and you do your justification of your argument. That's the thing. It is a clear point of view. You should understand what you are. You should understand what you are writing and what you are presenting, and keep your research topic and the 5 questions I told you and the purpose and go and do your research. Otherwise, you will deviate from the right path. Deviate from the right path means you know, right? You have to run along the track. If you go out of the track, so you will be disqualified. Single focus should be there. There can't be more focuses. Your idea, one idea. You will research problem, you may have different problems, but the objective is one. Logical organization, your ideas, simple idea, I can give you ideas actually. Logical organization means you write an essay, introduction, body, conclusion. In an introductory paragraph, thesis statement is very important. Thesis statement is the controlling idea of other ideas which you justify to defend your main argument. Right? This is a statement. Paragraph has 40 sentences, body and concluding sentence. After that, introduction, body means 3-4 paragraphs and concluding paragraph. Is it clear to you? The conclusion will give you the main summary, what we have written, your opinions, ideas, yes, your justifications, right? So this is organization and assignment. This is writing also extracted. In writing and strike also it is done. Introduction, body, conclusion should be there in the extracted. Is it clear to you? Strong support. Simple idea I can give you. This is a statement. The following paragraphs, right? They always support your main argument. That is the thesis statement. If you write a paragraph, we have a paragraph, you topic sentence. For example, a topic sentence I say COVID-19, right? COVID-19 made some COVID-19 has some advantages also. We can't say 100% disadvantages. Every dark, every cloud has a silver lining. COVID-19 has emphasized some values. Cleanliness, washing hands, maintaining social distance, many things it has. And it has encouraged the use of advanced technology. Man has advanced technology. Lord Buddha has said, according to the trend of the fast moving of the world, human beings also should go on. They also should go parallel. Otherwise, it will be behind. So advanced technology has a lot of advantages, but still man is failed to make use of it. So COVID-19 has. So So you are focusing only on advantages. Imagine. So advantage of one advantage is COVID-19 the impact, the positive impacts of COVID-19 on the society. So that is your main argument. So all your points should support that. Okay, that is a strong support, as I told you, Lord, clear, complete explanation. Fully explanation you have to give. That also you have to have always a checklist, right? And effective use of research. What do you mean by effective use of research? Your paper should refer to the variety of other high quality professionals. Always when you do research, read the latest one. Right? Latest research which is relevant to you and also the peer reviewed articles which has a good base. You can see many citations. Then it has a validity. Right? There are high quality journals. There are fake journals also defined in the society. So you should be able to critically think. That's what I say. You should have analysis, things like that, and give priority to high quality journals, articles, etc. And collect those valuable points and justify your argument. Effective use of research. Your paper should refer to variety of high quality professional academic resources. You will use your research to support your own. It must be integrated into writing, not presented separately. It should be always integrated. Should not be isolated. The source material will be introduced and explained area science. Okay. And correct area science. That you write area science. Now, my time, of course, now I don't know when I'm speaking, fly. So, please consider about it. How many minutes are more?
5 minutes or more.
Sorry?
5 minutes.
5 minutes more than I stand for it. In I go to the next one. Writing style. I'll tell you. Simple example, style. When you attend a wedding, you know what kind of dress you wear. Ladies, what kind. Then similarly, when you attend interview, when you face an interview, when you face an interview, what kind of dress you wear? Okay, the dress you wear should suit the the context, the environment, people, etc. Now that you are attending a wedding, now can you go as if you are going on a trip? Then you go on a trip, so you wear a casual dresses also because then you go on a place. Now, can I go on a trip like this? They are important. I can't go there. So this dress suits this opportunity, this context. There is a different suit that I wear to go on a trip that suits that context. So that is his thing. So in the similar manner, writing styles, there are different types of styles. Narratives, sometimes academic writing, how you collect the data, you have to narrate. What kind of challenges or problems you have confronted? You sometimes narrative you explain because the readers cannot understand. Sometimes process writing is there. Can you use scientific writing? How tea is manufactured? Can you narrate it? Can you narrate how it is? And you have the process writing. First, what is tea is plant, weighed, fried, and transported, and withering process is there, put into the machine, grounding, and after that fermentation, over kind of dryness, everything is there, and after that put into packs, etc. So process writing. First, you explain process writing. So expository writing, process writing, illustration, narrative, descriptive writing. So you describe the beautiful scene. You can narrate it, you can explain. So different styles of writing is involved with this writing. Is it clear to you? So you should understand and suit that kind of style. Now, hope you have understood the writing style. Whatever you do academically, it should be clear. Clear to you, clear to the audience. After writing, you read it out. Make sure it is clear to you. If your writing is clear to you, only it will be clear to the others, your audience. So the writer should always be a reader. Not only is reading and giving to the others also, yes, colleagues. That's what I also chosen this. So this is very important. All these things we have unless you run this successfully and yeah, easy to read. Some use some bombastic words, very difficult to understand. They think that sometimes the writers think or speakers, they think that if they use such kind of words, it will impress the audience or the readers. But it's not that. What you write should be very clear for the audience to understand. Otherwise, what's the use? So, always use very simple way. In the meantime, think of using the appropriate terms. For example, if you do nursing, use vocabulary related to nursing. Or IT, use vocabulary related to IT. So, that's very important. Fine. The mouse, for example, now, for a normal person, like talking to somebody who has no idea what IT is, only a rat. For mouse in the similar manner, for an IT professional, he doesn't think of that mouse which is running here and there. He thinks of the mouse that uses for his survey. Free from, it should be free from grammatical errors, spelling, punctuation, vocabulary, mistakes, etc. So it should be like this one. Clearly, if you want to tell this one, and focus in essay writing. When you write, always choose a topic that is very important. Choosing a topic, you know how to choose a topic. Topics are now you see environmental pollution. It's a broad topic. Right? So you have to narrow it down. If you don't narrow it down, you know what? So you take a specific one, earth pollution or air pollution. So you narrow it down. Right? And you have that is something how to choose one. And how you present. So you have a problem. You have a problem. You have an objective. So, and after that, you collect data and you analyze it, and after that, you present it. In between these things, lot of things are involved. But you take essay writing, when you write an essay, always see introduction, body and conclusion, that is organization. The introductory part, you should know what you should include. General ideas it should be like pyramid upside down. Right? Pyramid upside down means specific idea there is a disease. General ideas you can give, right? After that, when you write, you come to the specific one. That is introduction. Now you think of paragraphs. Topic sentence is very important. That topic sentence should be supported by information. What is this? Three things you can always keep in mind: examples, evidence, and expression. Whatever you do, you have the topic sentence should be supported. Should be supported by examples. For instance, for example, evidence. We can take some data or sensors, what others have said and support it. charts, pie charts, bar charts, etc. Evidence and explanation. You have to explain. So the 3 E's are important because one paragraph only decides your academic writing. Right? So conclusion, what you should do. Now, to be frank, I have assessed PhD thesis. There is no conclusion. In every chapter, there should be a conclusion because that chapter should be concluded. So you should give your opinion. Opinion is academic, right? You don't give opinion. Right? It's not opinion. It's justification. The major points you should write, and you can give a summary of major points that we have discussed. But you recommend that also you can do. So this is the structure you should be. So in between these, lot of things are involved. Skills, now I told you, persuasive skills are there, analytical skills are there, informative skills are there. All these things, what is persuasive and analytical? Research is always persuasive. Research is always analytical. Research is always what? Can you give me what is the other one? Persuasive, analytical, informative. So these things should be there, and think always your audience. To whom you are writing, why you are writing, how you are writing. The 5 questions, remember, keeping that one. If you write, you won't go out of the track. So with that 51 studies cannot be done as a plenary skill, should be done as a workshop, interactive, then you will be successful. Okay, with this, now I'm going to wind up my session, and if you have any questions, I will be pleased to answer. Do you have any questions? Yes. So, content writing in academic writers. Content writing is now, for example, and you are what do you do? A kind of you are student one discipline. Sorry, English discipline. You may have a subject to economics or English like that. What is your major area? You can sit and answer. What is your major brand? What is your discipline? You are doing English. Content means related to something. For example, say economics or physics or like that. If it is content, writing, then you need very clear content. So academic writing is one area, right? Which is related to writing and science. Content also is related to the writing, right? But anyway, this content writing, if it is an academic writing, if you are writing the content writing to your fellow scholars, or your examiners, or your supervisors, or whoever reads to gain knowledge for academic purposes, what I have discussed now should be made. Otherwise, it can't be done. And here, I will prove that's what I told you. To whom are we writing? If your article will be read by, it should be read by, it will be read by academics for passing the examination. Or for academic purposes, you have to focus on these things. I see clear to you. Thank you. Any other questions?
What is the recent trends in Sri Lanka about literature and language?
Literature and language, of course, yeah, that's a good question. Now, it's a broad area also. Now, this in Sri Lanka, now we have 10% of English speaking community, they are called EAs. Okay, they only focus literature and literature. Now, literature in the sense, they English department now, basically there are 2 departments of English. They focus on literature. The other department of English language speech. So we focus on speech. We teach English to those who to enable them major subjects or disciplines. Say, for example, science. The science older resources as I told you in English medium. So the science institutes need English to technical report writing, presentation skills, or there are academic purposes. So you fulfill like a course and teach business English to them. And one is for academic purposes, the other one is for professional purposes. To fulfill these needs, we teach English for the for those who have different disciplines, or the countries which have different disciplines. Like English literature, they focus only literature. That's the thing. So in that respect, we contribute to all larger group of students. So literature focuses only one. So that's what I say. I don't know my answer is fulfills your expectation. So literature, the other thing is only few offer literature, not all. Because now why I have chosen ELP is because it goes to large, the majority of the students. But if I do teach literature, it goes to only few students who offer English. I used to say this Nadars or choose some area and their media words and they do research on that or the short stories or novels on specific. So only few of now English department is very you see it's a small number of academic staff. The students are also active because all can't go to English department because it's cultural only these they are standard. They don't only get English to all. They see whether the English that the students fulfill their expectations. There is time. I should say it is easy, but not English. So everybody when I was speaking, one renowned professor, because he don't want to promote these institutes who are not proficient in English. They should demonstrate their skills. Otherwise, we don't want to promote. So we expect harass and we say that this is unless you have a good background for this language, you won't be able to. That is a decisive examination that decides the previous education. Thank you. Any other questions?
First of all, thank you for your answers in academic writing. So my query is the goals and principles of academic writing will be related to all the writing like books, poems, etc. Can we use the goals and principles for all writing or only for academic?
All writing is what you mean.
Like writing books, poems, and etc.
Now, if you write books for academic purposes, say you are writing a book, so you have to fulfill these things, what I have discussed here. But if you write for entertainment, because writing has different purposes, you write for information, right? You write, for example, to keep advertisement. So you think of no elaborate, right? Only to keep point. Say, for example, memorizing, you need subject to whom you are writing, who writes, to whom, subject, date, everything. That is information. Advertisement is also for information. But whereas if you write a poem or a novel, we have this criteria what I have discussed is not applicable. If you write a poem, you have a poetic license, right? So you can do whatever you want according to imagination. You can use flowery language, or like that, you can explain the script. Whatever you do, you are free to do because because that is for purpose to entertain. Right? You keep in mind whether you are writing entertainment. That is okay, it has a role there. Right? So you are writing for entertainment purpose, you are writing for information purpose, informative purpose. You write for information, persuasive purpose. Three things you understand. One is information, the other one is persuasion. Academic writing is mostly persuasive. Writing poetry and novels, short stories are for purpose of entertainment. So now you decide whether you are, like if you focus on that's what I would different styles of writing is there. Like if you use academic writing for entertainment, it doesn't so they don't read. The similar manner, if you the birds, the way they study, you become for entertainment writing, for example, like that. It is not suitable for academic purposes. In purposes, living. Informative, persuasive, and entertaining. Thank you. Any questions? Okay, right. So any question is no questions, I think. Okay, hope you would have got some ideas in this short presentation, and if you need in future, of course, I will be able to come on Zoom and have a session in you, so you will be able to get ideas of this. Our friend Dr. Nadar offers invites me in future for this kind of session. I will be pleased to come and have a workshop on academic writing. Okay, so thank you so much for listening to my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Personally, thank you for having an intellectual session on academic writing, which is a very essential one in recent research. For that, we have to thank the esteemed resource person, S. Rajendra, Senior Lecturer of Colombo University. With these few words, I assure you, sir, in the next workshop, we will be conducting a session on academic writing. We'll give you more time to talk about these things in detail. Thank you very much, sir, for a nice session. And we are stepping into the next session. The resource person will be introduced by Professor DrKK. Sir, DrKK.
Good afternoon, everyone. Life seldom gives us a chance to know the person, the values of a person. So it's my honor to introduce Dr.KK, an assistant professor of English at Sri Krishna Arts and Science College, Bangalore. She has completed her doctorate from Bishop Eva College, Kochi, and she has a large number of publications both in national and international journals. She has also completed nearly 10 additional courses to enhance her teaching skills. She is a proud member of English Language Teachers Interaction Forum and English Language Teachers Association of India. Not stopping with this, she is also a member of the editorial board of the journal Language, Education and Culture Research, and also the PG board member in Sri Krishna Arts and Science College, Bangalore. A hearty welcome to you, ma'am. It's incredible to have a bright, witty and sincere person like you to join us today. I now request Dr.KK to take over the session. Thank you, ma'am, for your warm words. Good afternoon to one and all here.
really a pleasure for being part of this international conference. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Balakrishnan, publisher, Bodhi International Journal, for giving me this wonderful opportunity. I would like to extend my thanks to Dr. Sundarapandian, Principal, Virudhunagar Nadars, Senthikumara, Nadar College, and Dr. Kabila and Dr. Ramanathan for organizing this wonderful conference. Our resource person, Dr. Rajagopal, has given us insight of this academic writing. So you have to incorporate all this skills in your writing. So as the practice makes a man perfect. The same way, you have to inculcate all these like suggestions given by Dr. Rajagopal. You have to inculcate that in your writing. So after a huge relief from the COVID pandemic situation, we are here, we are having this international conference. It's an immense pleasure for all of us to meet here in this conference. And I am going to present the topic. The roles of blended learning and entertainment in English language teaching. So, the pandemic situation, our educators, we suffered a lot to how we make the students to be in the learning process. And we have found the online education. And you all know that the educators, we search for so many apps, so many ways to educate you in the learning process. And here, I have shown you a picture. Can you, any one of you can explain what this is about? Yes? So, what type of learning you would find in the first picture A? Can you relate it to the A to the B picture? Or you are doing it in the class? Yes? The same way, like the classroom field, right? So see here, the first type of teaching learning process is traditional way of teaching, and it is related to like the food derives. Like it can be fulfill your stomach, but that's not having that interesting part here. The second, that is the C to D picture. The C picture is the blended learning. That is the teacher, two teachers there, having the face-to-face interaction along with that. To find that online, like students are getting materials from online websites and apps. So that's the blended learning there. That is, it is not like right, they are mixed with some other ingredients to make something interesting in the class. That is the blended learning here. So, what is this traditional learning? So, we learn in this way, this traditional learning, that is, our lecturers would come to the class and take the lecture, and we took notes from them and we study for the exam like that. That is the traditional learning. As in the traditional learning, we have these approaches for them, methods for them, grammar translation approach, the direct method, and the audio lingual method. The grammar translation approach, it is the students will learn the language in their mother tongue and they will translate it into their target language, that is the English. So that type of approach is grammar translation approach. So what's the drawback in the grammar translation approach? Students will keep everything in their mind, put it in their mind in their mother tongue, and they will suffer to translate it in English. And the next method is the direct method. It is the direct way of learning the language. That is, the teachers will taught you the English language in the targeted language itself. That is English. The medium of instruction is English. You can directly get the materials and you can take notes. That is the direct method of teaching English. The next one is the audio-lingual method. So in this method, the focus is on pronunciation, sound, and speech patterns of language. So these three methods, we can say it is the traditional way of teaching learning process. So this COVID-19 pandemic has shown us a different path, that is the blended learning. So what's the drawback in the traditional learning? What do we understand from this picture? Don't misinterpret that all the animals or students. It's not like that. Yes. Each. Okay. So each student has these unique biases, and in the traditional way of evaluating people is the same. So we are giving tests, but each student are unique in each. The skills are different, yes, right. So these are the drawbacks of traditional learning teaching process. But now here, this COVID pandemic has given us a new path, that is the blended learning. What is the blended learning? Blended learning is having the both, that is the online way of teaching and learning, and the same way you have a face-to-face interaction with the faculty members. And here nowadays in ELT, this blended learning is more and more popular. And what we have so many websites available now, and we have so many resources available, so you can learn all the topics from there, and the students will learn from them, and they will come to the class, and there will be a complete interactive session. They will interact with the teacher, and they will clarify their doubts. So that type of blended learning is completely apt for the small learners. So there are different types of blended learning there. The first one is the flipped model. So flipped model of teaching learning. Students, they would learn at home. They have, if the faculty is going to say that this is the topic we are going to teach you in the next class, the students should do the homework. During those days, the lectures are given in the class, and the students will do the homework in the homework at home. But here, nowadays, students should learn the topic here in the online mode, and they would come to the college and they would interact with the students, with the faculty members, and they would clarify their doubts. So this type of model of teaching and learning process is the flipped model. So the next one is the face-to-face driver model. So face-to-face driver model is not like chalk and talk method. Some worksheets or activities will be given to the students, and the instructor will be there to guide the students. So he will act as a mentor there. And for this, I have created one exercise for this. I will show you that one. So this is created by me. So if I'm going to teach a recorded speech in my class, I will show the picture first and make the students to write 4 sentences about this picture. Can you write 4 sentences, students? Can you understand? You can write whatever it may be, but say 4 different sentences after looking into this picture. Okay, so for that I have Phoenix times. Okay, so for this I will show you. But so the students will ask me this down. So what type of sentences are there? So I have to clarify this one. Like what are the types of sentences there? So what are the sentences? Interrogative and exclamatory and imperative sentences. And they will frame sentences like this. Like after seeing the picture, they will write 4 or 5 sentences on their own. And from this, so they will write some direct speech, like the dialogue. So after that, I will inform them to write it in an indirect. So I will clarify this one. So how to change the direct speech to indirect speech and what are the differences they could make out here. So I thought of giving you as a activity this one. So now I'm just showing you what's the way we can have this teaching learning process. So after that you will learn the grammar part here. So during those days we are introducing the grammar first and slowly we just use that in the structure. But now you just learn it earlier and you have to integrate that grammar part in this. So the next model is the rotation model. So before that, I told you that the flipped model. And if you have that flipped model, like having all the time you are learning it online and coming to the class and interact with the teachers, that will be bored for a few days. And after that, you have to change it. So for that, you have this rotation model. So the next time, you have to be taught in the class and then you have to search it in the online. So the rotation model will be changed. And you have different types of models are available in this rotation model. And the next one is the enriched virtual model. So this enriched virtual model, like you have the remote feature. So nowadays it is possible. You can learn from the faculty members from university, like foreign university also. So remote places, like you can learn from any faculties because it is possible nowadays. So you can have so many apps are available nowadays, and you have so many virtual mode, like online modes are available. So here you have this enriched virtual model. So the faculty members will teach you, and you can learn it and you can do the project. And once in a while, you can visit the faculty or clarify your doubts. So this type of model, you can say it is an enriched virtual model. So there are different types of models in English language teaching, and here I'm going to tell you what are the modes. So here the first thing is that implement and LMS, is learning management system. So we have this Google Classroom. So in this, the instructor will give you the material, and also the instructor can have the track over the learners in the Google Classroom. And I'm giving an example. So there are so many learning management systems are available, models, so you can evaluate the students through this. And their educational games. So games, definitely it would give a greater impact among the students. That is, the students could do some games using those educational topics. So educational games, like you can conduct the quiz in the education games, and you have so many puzzles are available. So you can do that. And here, the next one is the digital practice. Nowadays, the ICT sectors are giving some digital badges for the students for motivating them to learn more, to take so many courses in their ICT programs. And here, the next one is the formative assessment tools. So I told you there are so many tools are available. So those days only writing exams, written exams are only allowed. But nowadays we have so many formative assessment tools are available to align with the students. Like you have the Kahoot and you have the quizzes. So these apps are really helpful for the students for making them how much they have learned or they have understood from the class. And the webinar. Before that, we know only about seminar. So after this online and this blended learning, we was the way to have a webinar. So research have found out these findings now. So blended learning as a means to develop the students' language skills, and also it increases the students' motivation and engagement, and also it improves the learning environment. So these are all researchers and they have given the findings. So the next one is the entertainment. So how many of you are interested in watching movies and listening to music? Most of them, right? So now we have a new term here. It is called entertainment. The entertainment is like combination of the entertainment and education. So like entertainment. So entertainment means like it has tools and TV, radios, and you have so many computer-oriented video games, and all the things which makes you entertainment in the sector, and you have the education. It has to be combined with it. Like I will show you some videos also here, videos and this is also available. I will show you that. Okay, so it will be like showing you the way like music and the movies, like whatever the entertainment, whatever the social media part, it will be implied. So implied in the class using some topics to be implemented. So what are the types of entertainment here? According to the purpose and the content. So what's the purpose? So whether if you are giving training to the students or trainer, like you are giving from an informal way of educating them. So it is not a formal one, but you can accept it in the informal type of educating the students. And here you have the skill education. Like definitely this type of skills will definitely help the students to enhance their skills like listening, reading, writing, and speaking. And who's the target group? You have to select the target group, whether they are children or if they are adults. So according to that, you have to screen that type of work. And the next one is that we have so many entertainment on government or maybe nowadays TV programs are available. They have created a new channel also for this. And you have games and games tools for the entertainment. And what is learning through music? So learning through music is you can play the music and make the students to listen to the music, and you can make them to learn the vocabulary there, and it will improve their listening skills, and also at the same time they could enrich their vocabulary. So here are some exercises that given, like song competition, song reading competitions, to split songs, and then they have to fill up the gaps. So in that way also you can increase the way in the having the listening the music. So there is a link available here. So if you open that one, you can find some music is playing and you have to listen to the music. Questions will be given and you have to answer for the question. So the theories with entertainment. So here, the marmalade is multimedia from the perspective of psychology. It says that, like, it is an involved, like having the insight of the mind to have the learning in an enjoyable way. That is having it in a music or having to look into the visualized form. So that will give pleasure to the brain. So the students would be really interesting if the entertainment part. It's even to the students.
Yeah.
Yeah, students, listen to me. Thank you so much. So, okay, so here I could have shown you the blended learning and edutainment. Okay, so blended learning. So, as we educators are very schedule part for the smart learners because you are not in the same way like what we had learned from our lecturers. Okay, so these are the ways we could follow to make our teaching learning process a successful one. So thank you all for giving us wonderful opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jaya, for delivering an instructional and informational talk on blended learning, because in this post-COVID period, there is the necessity of incorporating technology into the teaching learning process, and she has rightly given a lecture on blended learning. Thank you so much, ma'am. And now let's break for lunch. And before that, I'd like to give the list of the paper presenters who are going to present here in this hall after the lunch. So the presenters, Dr. S. Parvadavartini, C. Satya and Akshaya Arasu, Ramit Sindhi, Kavimati and Ponmani, Vanupriya, Madhavi, Madhumita, P.V. Deepa, Rajanandini, Sujita, and Chella Bala Sushmita. So these are the presenters who are going to present here after the lunch, and the other presenters are asked to go to the Department of English for their presentation. And I'd like to read, and if you have any doubt regarding this, come and ask me.
And another thing is larger classrooms. There are more number of students, so even if I get the activity and not able to do, teacher cannot go individually and let the students. So all these are a problem. To implement task-based learning. That's why I thought about collaborative. So in collaborative learning, the definition that's given by some popular approach to collaborative learning. What I have considered as important here is small groups of 2 or more students and there is mutual learning taking place. Not only you connect group discussions, carry out activities, but there is not mutual learning. It is us learners helping these new learners. Here, collaborative learning is mutual learning of group members. And another thing is they find solutions and they also create a product together. They collaborate and create where the contribution is same. It is same for all the members. It's not one person is giving more on it. So the small group and it is mutual learning of the members. These two concepts I have tried to implement when I try to apply positive learning into these two languages. So my research questions are these two. Can language skills be learned through activities in a fixed entity classroom? As one. The second one is with collaborative learning through challenges and opportunities in a fixed entity classroom. So I have that person also. Is previously collaborative learning going to be a challenge? That was also there. But I think the hypothesis of this research is like I believe that we can actually enhance the learning process because we collaborative learning to fixed entity classroom. So that is the methodology. My participants were first year BE students in experience. Normally it's 2060, but during this session it was 58 students participated. And that's for 36 girls and 42 boys, computer science classes. And I asked them to divide themselves into small groups. They can choose their members. That's one option I gave. And another thing is the material that was taken up from study was newspapers, and the activity was they have to find out new words. Each group has to find out new words, guess the meaning from the context. If they want, they can discuss, they can ask for clarification, and they can guess the meaning and make sentences of their own. They can do as many words as possible. Now, this is open-ended because all of them can participate. Another activity was they can choose definitions and they can decide which definition they will DrKK. But again, whatever they take, they have to find out how it was used and use it in the context. If you know the articles, I get a lot of newspapers that say one of 30 to 60 newspapers are distributed and they can choose the article. Which article they want to decide on doing, they can choose. So all the papers are given and they will also do. The time duration was 1 hour, which is a regular hour was given to them. Yeah, and another thing was I made it mandatory for them to produce a little record on whatever they have done. What I found was there are lots of discussions and maybe whatever article they chose to work upon, they had lots of highlighting, underlining, and a lot of scripting was there. I understood what was going on. Another thing is they have lots of discussions and arguments, and whenever they feel they will come to some answers, they ask clarification maybe. So that was one thing I found. And these clarification as usually normally when we work, we have lots of courses, but when we collaborate learning, the persons that must have been left to us, they have clarification themselves. And something that interesting to play in that was like when I asked them to find out definitions, like one student from one group, they pointed out that definitions are also used as conjunctions and adverbs. They themselves found this and they came out to be the only one was used in a different context. So it is different. Like when they identified us, like I think when they got to know that they're actually happy to talk about that, they have something like they found something new. So that kind of excitement was there. Now this I thought should have been because of collaborative learning. And there are different functions also. They have different words. Like normally when we give activity, In a group, they write only one article or two. And this was given, each one wanted to write one of their own. That one was there. And without the use of nouns in the sentence, they actually create the sentence, right? So they wrote their own sentences with the friend's name as nouns or objects. So that way they were trying to be original also. They is an original. So from the result throughout, I came to conclusion that the learning process was taking place, and it was also done with confidence. And comparatively, there was less noise. I don't know why. I just found that I observed that there was less noise compared to large groups. And the students were fully engrossed with the activity with one-hour duration. It's not like some of them were not idle. Because it was a small group, there were 2 or 3 students. So regarding the representation scopes, one thing was they used mother tongue. This I saw when I monitored the classroom. There was students using a mother tongue for discussions, and groups were formed among friends. I don't know if it is an advantage or disadvantage because normally we want students to form with people who they do not know. But we are formed with the friends, but then that was in a way easy because we are comfortable discussing. We are comfortable to say, I don't know this, please tell me. This was taking place, so I'm still not sure advantage or disadvantage. And another thing is they don't visit. Normally we give work like 1 page, so it was like half a page or 2 activities. So I think it was more time. And then regarding the scope, I have observed that learning has taken place, but managing the learning process that requires more work. I think that could be taken up for future research. And likewise, teaching other language skills using the same technique that can also be taken up in another study. And retention of the learned content, how far they able to retain that, that has to be studied. Maybe is there any difference between learning with other techniques and research? So I would say yes, activities can be taught in separate classrooms using collaborative learning techniques. And the next one is when collaborative learning poses challenges and opportunities, it poses challenges for the teachers. They have to be more active as attendants. They have to work a lot for creating activities that can carry all these disciplines. But it is an opportunity for the students. They can learn. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It's really a wonderful presentation. My question is, what's the role of the faculty in this collaboration learning of students?
The main role is about selecting the activity which is applicable to all the students. They do it here on okay. Should be applicable to the limited edition English students as well as past. So now everybody will be involved in this work. So I took up newspaper for that, and I especially stuff vocabulary because vocabulary everybody can find something new in the newspaper. The material should be accommodated separately, and it should be accommodated by all students. Like because the newspaper they come, we have they also should find something hard for them to work. They also should find that they can learn something, only that they are not able. So selecting activity and mutual knowledge should take place. Okay, the activity and the material should be in such a way that gives room for learning by different the slow learners as well as fast. Selection of the activity and implementing it. Sometimes when we give the activity, the students don't know what to do, so we have to ask questions, explaining those questions that talk a lot of time. Preparing for this is not and
Then, in your findings, can you find any drawbacks to this collaboration?
No, actually, one thing which was actually they say, students must want to learn alone. In this session, two students offered to sit and learn alone. They didn't want to sit with somebody else. He said, like, now I want to study alone. I will sit alone. Let me work on it. Now there's no possibility of him going into collaborative. He wants us to learn, so we cannot force him and learning is not able.
staying the way they decide which style I would prefer to learn before coming to the field. For the long run, we do not know how to come out, and students want just was prefer to go into it. Then we become a bit challenging. We cannot work for that.
Thank you, ma'am. Any more questions from the audience? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I will call upon Ms. Sandhya and Akshaya for facilitating. Those who are presenting here, please give a key idea of what's in your presentation. Because we have, we don't have enough time. So give one key ideas of what you are presenting.
So, myself is Krishna Science College, Mangalore. So, our title is Bureaucratic Archival Scenario Assassination. So, during the assassination, it was written by America. So, here he has narrated 14 stories into 7 days of narrations. It doesn't have any thematic connections, but it has the connection of chronology. So, he has introduced a regional fictional setting like R.K. Narayan's Malgudi. So here the major theme was corruption. So corruption has given rise to the other social problems. Stories like Butter, the ancient properties has the major themes of corruption. Is living in the future. So due to corruption, has been although the country has been good. So another thing was the caste system. So there is no thematic connection for each stories, but in chronology, has given the Tito's basic facts. He has given the census, that is 1,900 for 432 residents. Out of that, 89 residents has declared that they are religious, free and caste. So the next one is poverty. So I have found that statistic shows that 152 million children were working as child laborers around India. So in India alone, there are 33 million child laborers working. So the stories like the cool water well junctions and the umbrella streets depicts the poverty in. So here, Arvind has been working as a journalist before he turned into a writer. So as a journalist, he has to travel a lot more. So he has witnessed these kinds of poverty, caste system, corruptions in between. So he has just narrated that 7 years of life in Twitter into 7 days of narrations. So that is 6 years after the assassination of Indira Gandhi and 1 year before the assassination of Rajiv Gandhi. Assassination means a murder of a political leader. They know that after a political leader electronic prints, everything was funded by the politicians and it was handled by it was fractured. And I just handled Akshay, she continued. Reading to all, as you said, the points from earlier diagrams related to assassination. So I'm going to conclude that he has given the awareness of to the novel slowly. So the three things like corruption, caste, and politics are still ongoing in every country and made in India. So as part of society and as part of an Indian citizen, we also want to take a step as an individual and also support part of society. Just saying about the caste, corruption, and also politics, there are no steps taken by the individuals in the society. So, as part, we should come over and start looking at the works like even a poor can be stopped, poor and poverty can be stopped by the richer, and only richer is going richer when poor is still poorer in our country. Where the fight against corruption, caste system, and poverty can be stopped by the citizens by the steps taken by themselves and the society members.
Yes, Satya and Akshay, the presentation was nice. And I have a question, like your record theme, like particular as considered India's and the privileged leaders novel. So we have seen the perspective of India here, following these themes you have taken. How do you analyze these themes in the perspective of theories?
Ma'am, here post-colonial theory can be used actually with their point is post-Indian independence can also be applied here, where pre-independence can be seen in different perspective and after the independence the least. So post-colonial and after aspect can be used in the theory.
Okay. Any questions from audience? Okay. Thank you. So the next candidate we got on the Tamil. Read Tamil. So the next one, K. Kavimati and S. Ponmani.
Excuse me, feminism and overview. And overview. Oh. The term feminism has been derived from Latin word meaning human aspect. First used to record the issues of equality and women's rights. The history of modern feminism movement can be divided into three areas. The first phase is in the 19th and early 20th century. It talks about the equal right to vote and equal access to the parliament. The second wave of feminism was in 1969. That diverse thinkers who combined for equal and social rights for women. The third wave of feminism was a contribution and reaction to failures of second wave feminism in the 1990s and extended to post-colonial feminism, and gender studies. In 1970s, several of the feminist thinkers produced and different flourished in every direction. Later, the feminist cause portrayed feminism started to
Can you tell me what the difference between the first wave of feminism and the last fourth wave of feminism?
Feminism is concept people are right to vote and right to vote for the women. The last wave gives a lot of freedom to the women because they have a so most of the women are achieving their own. They have women can express their feelings and pictures and everything in their own videos.
Yeah, any questions now?
Okay, the next one. Be born Priya. So now, as you see, we are going to present. Ma'am, you can give only the idea of this.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. I am Deepa, part-time research scholar from Commerce University. The topic for my presentation is involuntary inferior and multi-directional instability of the human psyche, representation of depression in Cosmo Ishido's appearing of this. Cosmo Ishido was born in Nagasaki as his father got a project in oceanographer. So he shifted to Japan to England, and his major influences were Anti-Chekhov and Dostoevsky. He was author of short stories, 8 fictions, and 3 plays. All his works were nominated for many prizes. He won Booker Prize. In the year 2021, he wrote a science fiction called Flora and Son, which was a great success. A page view of this here. This is a view of the protagonist Tetsuko, who was living in Nagasaki, and the whole novel portrays the memories of this protagonist Tetsuko and her life in Japan and her new life in England. The research tool for my article, the research tool that I used in my article is Maurice Blanco's disposition theory. Here the narrators recall the present and she is in the present, then she recalls the present. Here the representation, the suppression of feelings and emotions predominates the novel. Next. The main view of this is a debut novel of Ishiguro, focuses on the writer's root of Japan. It is a poignant novel set in rural England, where an old lady is reminiscing her past life spent in Nagasaki the post-Second World War. A heap of repressed memories drags the protagonist to move forward despite memories shadowed by regret. The cares and concerns of 3 pairs of mothers and daughters are reflected from here and there. The first 2 pairs dwells near Nagasaki. The pregnant Tetsuko, who narrates, lives with her husband Zero, is now residing in a residential building. She is viewing the outside world through a window. From there, he views the other pair, her own friend Sachiko and her daughter Mariko. In this novel, the author intentionally portrays the disturbed psyche of the child character Mariko. Next. The research article answers the question posted in the slide. Why the daughter leaving England so hostile to the parents, and why does she leave Japan and decide? Why the protagonist leaves Japan and decides England? And what does the novel mean? The exact page of this. The discussion that's portrayed in this article, it is in 3 divisions. The first one is involuntary inferior faced by Expo. The novel opens with the selection of the name of the youngest daughter by the central character Expo, with her new husband in England sharing them. Expo's decided to name the daughter as Kiki as it has the traces of peace. The protagonist explored the decision of not selecting a Japanese name showed her involuntary inferiority to hide her Japanese identity in the midst of British culture. Next, the focus of the paper is the multi-directional instability of the site. Ogata's son, the father-in-law of Itsuko, points out the instability of the psyche of Itsuko through her devotion of playing the musical instrument violin in the dead of the night and wakes up the whole house in the midnight. Itsuko is worried about her hysterical behavior in the past. Insane behavior of Itsuko by playing violin in the midnight is exposed the words of Ogata's son, the father-in-law of the protagonist. The near words of Ogata's son, I remember when you used to play in the dead of night and wake up the whole house. Next, my article focuses on the concept of reflection and hurricane of memories. The novel has taken a different approach and focuses on the psychological and emotional aspects of the protagonist through the reflection in the form of the hurricane of memories. The shifting narration has involved the life of Itsuko in the memories, same as its whole migration to her past. The Sachiko and Mariko, the dearest friend of the protagonist Itsuko, the episode comes to an abrupt conclusion without any sense of completion. We are not told of the destiny of the widowed mother and her illegitimate daughter. Even Itsuko's whole life is pregnant with untold mysteries. We have not told about the absence of the first husband Zero, whether he has divorced or died, but how Itsuko has entered in England the British husband. At the end of the novel, Vicky, the daughter, felt that her father totally ignores her sister Keiko. Itsuko replies that all that he is not the real father. This is evidently drawn from the following lines of Itsuko, how she is oppressed by the fear of her past. Let us not discuss it any further, I said. The displacement, the dislocation, the migration from homeland makes Itsuko not reconcile from past and enjoying the present also. Depression is the defense mechanism which fights against the past memories of Itsuko in Nagasaki and present life in England. To conclude my presentation, this paper examines the values of human beings. There are many aspects, physical, emotional, and intellectual, which are common to all human beings. Interplay and interaction between past and present is underscored by Ishiko's skillful narration. The paper highlights the instability of the human psyche, which results in a permanent traumatic life of the protagonist in this book. Thank you, Nadar.
We are deeper.
Thank you, Deepa, for your wonderful presentation. Here we have projected two types of migration. That is, one is psychological migration that is happening in the mind, and one is the physical migration. So, what's can you relate both the migration, how it affects the people? How do you relate this both the migration?
The physical migration from the protagonist, she was not able to adopt the new culture that is present in England. The migration was resulted in her mind. She was not enjoying the present. She was not able to forget the past. This was the dilemma faced by the protagonist throughout the
I have one more doubt, ma'am. You are given a topic involuntary inferior. Is there involuntary inferior there, ma'am? Is there why you involuntary inferior?
I specifically use this term because the protagonist faced the traumatic life after the bomb drop in Nagasaki. Even though she is leading a normal life, she is behaving like a child in the midnight, like playing the violin. So these traumatic life after the World War feel them like involuntary inferior. This is not a normal thing. The involuntary inferior, which was forced into their life after the World War.
Thank you. Thank you. Any persons come?
Thank you.
Next one, has got from I model.
Good afternoon. My topic, cross-cultural phenomena and quest for a public identity, a study of Bodhi, Jasmine. Bodhi was an Indian American Canadian writer and professor. Emma is a department of English at the University of California. Lately, she was the author of a number of novels and short story collections, as well as a short non-fiction. She was born in 1940 near Bengali Browning of Calcutta. She married a fellow Canadian husband there in 1963. She immigrated to the USA in 1980 with her family and became a USA citizen. He created a couple's 8 novels: The Tiger Daughter 1972, Wife 1975, Jasmine 1989, The Owner of the World 1996, Leave It to Me 1997, Desirable Daughter 2002, The Three Bride 2004. Miss New 2 collection of short stories. Her works are awarded with the diasporic conscience of isolation, mental trauma, depression, quest for identity, unknown dilemmas, uncertain conflict, and unanswered questions. Her novels pinpoint the cultural classes encountered by a female protagonist. The story of the novel Jasmine begins with the village astrologer predicating Jasmine widowed and exiled. The astrologer was afraid that she will take up the role such as superior, fighter, and adapter. The life journey of the Jasmine moved through several modifications. Jasmine, Jodi, Jasmine, Jazz, and through various geographical locations. Like Punjab, Florida, New York, Iowa, and Lost California. Jasmine walked between the past and present and also between the 2 cultures. She married Vijay Prakash, a very young and ambitious engineer. He likes to form a new kind of woman. The new hope and the new identity that she has got from young to encourage her height against the dedication of the village astrologer. In the following her young childhood, she decided to support her husband's ambition to push his study in America. She looked forward going to America in a land of hope. But as in the ill luck to their bill, Prakash is killed by the Kalasha line on the eve of his departure. The sudden death of her husband made her disappointed. She emerged as a new woman and resolved to reach America to complete her husband and fulfillment mission. At the same, Jasmine reached America with a fake certificate. She is grabbed by Hawkins. The captain of the ship is which is traveled to the America. Being grabbed, she tried to kill himself, but on remembering her mission to fulfill the dream of her husband. She takes up the apparent image of God's calling to kill the devil Hawkins. Thus she begins her journey to America. Later she meets William Gordon, a merciful and fatherly lady. He helped illegal women. She helped Jasmine to meet Madera, who helped Prakash to get his admission in America. Jasmine freedom loudly speak made it different from the staying with the protect and serve their culture in the province. Jasmine became a caretaker of the adopted daughter of Tiger. That her name is changed from Jasmine to Jazz, but soon a bond of love immediately developed between Jasmine and Tiger. Jasmine ran away from related herself with Dew and immigrate like that, but Dew lived here, go to the California. At the same time, I lost the Jasmine moved from place to place and person to person trying to find a real place in life. Jodi to Jasmine, Jasmine to Jazz, and Jazz to Jazz appeared to be a real transfer of the personality of the protagonist. He is sitting from Hassanabad and Iowa. Jodi, Jazz, Jam, India, Florida, New York, Iowa, such a character he embraced that wanting adapting to the destroyed traditional way of conveying female identity. Last conclusion, the part in which Jasmine, outline of the life of a woman engaged in serious history, concrete identity in the complement layer of class culture reality.
You told that Jasmine has taken different roles like Jasmine to Jace, Jan, Jody. Okay, so what would you find the cultural context of taking all the phases of Jasmine? Okay, because your topic is about the cross-cultural. Okay. I haven't studied.
Indian to America, those are
East and West is East and West conflict. East and Western culture conflict. And you can include the diaspora here. Okay, and they can handle the immigration.
India to Punjab to Florida. Florida to New York to America, last California. So settled there California. Exit astrologer. So the widowhood and exit first starting. So India to last settled to California. Astrologers are speak correct.
Okay.
The next scholar is Madhurita.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Madhurita. Organised by English, and my topic is about interconnected issues in the seven topics of Manchukapu. But I am going to get up with the author introduction Manchukapu. Manchukapu was born at Manchester. She graduated from Selena House University College for Women. After that, she studied MA at Nadars University. After studying at Nadars University, she has 3 doctors, teachers, and each university under the name of Manchukapu Bodhi. In her novels, Manchukapu portrays a Bodhi affected by efficiency, basically, human activities are constrained to classified space. They are very rarely shown as playing meaningful social and historical development. The temperament of women is continuously between the transforming aspiration and the imagination. Women are marginalized the role of being actor, advocate, and peer. As a result of this, the women exceed their horizon beyond their family life. Women is constantly trapped in their emotional life and the complex structure of human connection. After that, I have to say about the 2 novels of clinical doctors and hope. First, I have to tell about the clinical doctors who the 3 generations of Kasturi, Srimati, and Ida represent the 3 stages of India independence. Kasturi, the mother, represents the pre-independence and shown as a sufferer of a terrible control of patriarchy. In the beginning, Kasturi is being presented as a epitome of motherhood, who bears pain and suffering through these 3 segment characters, and who has revealed the life of woman, who is devoted from the beginning of her life as a child with care, household activities, and after marriage she has to bear pain to give birth. The child, after being a mother, her whole life is dedicated to her whole family. Srimati, being a doctor, stand for the country's struggles for freedom and organizing trouble. The women characters in female doctors are divided into 3 generations with their ethics, attitude, and relation. Srimati stands as a representative of globalization and modernity. This changes is magnetically owned to the cash out generally who finally futures from that. Others and girls way of women choose to experience. After that, I have to go over the novel of hope. The novel presents the portrait of a complete family, the Bengali God, which pursues a big business. The God is compassion. Who is all about home and love about women and their activities in a Bengali God. Actually, it exactly thinks of not only one hope and the other, but with many others in the roles of Smita and Murali of Kuba and Devna of Isha and Arabic. As the novel centers around the concerns of human rights more than those of race, and some of the dominant concerns of human rights discussed related dowry, equality, fairness, education, and financial independence. In the novel, finds Nisha as a woman who was able to stand on her own heart and what is given to women. I would like to conclude about the Manju's limited purpose and goals, and it becomes evident that she can be truly called an Indian feminist casting title who thinks of emancipation of Indian women only within Indian social cultural values. Indian women are always values their family and motherhood. She can never think of liberation from her family. Manju always opposed feminism, which proves Indian culture and tradition. True liberation is women's possibly one when overall attitude is changed.
Okay, as you have talked about taking this feminism, when you talk like that as a woman, can you give me the difference between feminism and women's?
Feminism is a women are partial or dominated by the male dominated society. Feminism is related to male domination. Women are also feminism is related to women.
Better you will find competitions between womanism and feminism. Next, Bharatiya.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I am going to present the topic about East-West contribution in Bharatiya's disabled daughters. Bharatiya's novels are different from the novels of other older writers. As a women novelist, they usually focus on female protagonist are quite powerful and dominant with her novel. She presents their content by adapting to the modern times. Tara, Dilipur, and Jasmine are protagonists who undergoes the hardship of East-West contribution and alien man, and disabled daughters Dilipur despite the dilemma of Tara having multicultural America. A disabled daughter is the story of three or different groups chosen by the three characters damaged souls, Parvati, and Tara. The three sisters are reputed from their beauty, brilliance, wealth, and players social in the society. They enjoy enough freedom and they are educated and tackling and school problems. Atma and Yara got married and married to Priyanka, while Parvati settles back in Mumbai. Atma lives with her husband Harish, New Jersey. She works at a TV professional anchoring a popular program Indian Chartered Empire. She always advocates Indian traditional and often surprised Tara for being recognized by advocating of English tradition as identical and she does not have a conventional marriage. Parvati is the second sister of Tara. She is traditional Indian wife who was often open her. While she leads a happy and wonderful life in the Massachusetts academy of it. Tara was 16 and Atma was 22 when their sisters Parvati got married. Tara got a job at a baker in New York. She lives alone her. During the days, Parvati calls continually for the home and private all lives and happiness in New York. Tara is mentally different from the home. Her marriage was arranged unlike her sisters. She married Vishwa, a multi-millionaire. She married Vishwa simply because of her father's told her to marry him. She lives in a town with her husband, being an Indian Silicon Valley icon and successful business Vishwa provides her all comforts. She wants Tara to look like a princess and live like a queen. She wants me and submissive to her husband. She takes all the domestic works carefully. She likes to pursue her higher studies, but she rejects the desires to take care of her sons like all
involved other individuals in academia. But time changes everything. Kara decided to divorce, present a new concern in Kara at the decades of Indian culture and culture's both mind and action. After the divorce, she became more independent and more Americanist. After her divorce, she lives and settled in upper San Francisco. She feels and places the most suitable for her taste. She started working as a volunteer in a free school, forgetting all about the richness and socially high position of her husband. Tara lives, moves smoothly and peacefully until a young guy named Chris entered her house and introduced himself as a sister Nicholas man. She arranged a deep inquiry with the help of police and detective agents about the boy. The police investigated into the fate that Chris is already killed and in use of Cherry's day. Handing her over describes her sexual interest and attitude about the boy. When she understands the real motive but also monster by the underworld robbers, the wealth and came from the robbers realized now I concluded my story. This is a desirable daughter by DrKK. He highlights our east-west but encounter of Tara's face, two-face, both traditional Indian and modern traditions. The tradition identified the tradition but identified the disparity idea of certain Tara.
There are three characters in Parvati and Kakari desirable daughter. So in this character, you find this east-west conflict, and this character has managed to become successful.
I think Parvati is the woman in the story.
Okay, can you find any autobiographical like the three sisters?
I select story newspapers. So I don't know, I guess.
Okay. Okay, next one. Radha.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have taken women authors, especially Indian writer in English, Amulya Kalare. You would have heard about her. She has written novels, and one of the novels which I have selected is Song of the Bird. And here, through the characters in the story, she was telling about cultural identities. As we know, most of the English writers used to say about diasporic experience. And here also we would see that, and the main character in the story is Kokila. The central character is Kokila, and she is a victim of child marriage. At the age of 10, she got married, and within a month, she was taken to an ashram in Andhra Pradesh. The name of the ashram is Telameda, and there she stays. And the inmates of the ashram, from them, how cultural conflicts were there, we could see them. And the minor characters there are Charlie, Manikam, Meena, Chetna, and Vidura. And the owner or the person who is in charge of the ashram is Ramanandan Shastri, and he has 3 daughters and a son. And this Kokila, as she is a victim of child marriage, she doesn't know about those things, and she falls in love with the son of the person Ramanandan Shastri. And there, when she expresses her love, she was rejected by him, and he wants her to leave the ashram. So at that point of time, she comes to know what identity she has. When her in-laws came and called her to come back to their house, She rejected the offer, but now when she was rejected, she came to know what she should have some identity with her. So at that point of time, this Ramanandan fell sick. So she started helping him, and she thought that service was only her life. So she changes what is that? She changes her position and she started doing service for people like him. She joined hands with a doctor named Virudhunagar and she started her service for leprosy patients. And even this was rejected by the people, the inmates of the ashram. And she thought that why do people behave like this? And she got another opportunity to go out. She started learning typing and she becomes a typing teacher. So these things provided her an opportunity to go out of the ashram and she was able to identify her own individuality. So my paper says that though they have some cultural issues, it provided only the opportunity for the characters to empower themselves. So my paper states that all the negative things provided an opportunity for the women characters to empower themselves. So they are able to discover a new ambience by going through all these conflicts. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. You have taken what type of theory you are implying from us? What type of theory you are implying from? Theory, ma'am.
Theory. Because of these people in the inmates, she was torn actually. But after this torn, facing these situations, she gets a clear vision about her life.
So the next one, Sujita.
My thought is PPT.
My topic is Effect and Impact of Multiculturalism, a post-colonial perspective in the novel NW. NW is a novel written by Sally Smith, who is a British author. Her father is a British one and her mother is a German. So she herself from a multicultural. Her notable works are White Beauty, Non-Beauty, and Singleton. These are the most famous novel icons what she got awards. Actually, NW. What is this NW? NW means Northwest of London. Actually, she herself got and brought up in London, so she is very much familiar with the surroundings. Everyone used to talk about post-colonial, the colonized land. We used to talk about the colonized land which have been captured by the British people. But in this novel, she clearly represents the multicultural society of the London itself. During this colonial period, many immigrants have traveled from their home place to the place London. There, most of the migrants have been settled in the place called NW, that is Northwest London. So this novel is especially based on 4 characters. And these 4 characters, make sure to represent them as the multicultural people. They are none of the people of purely Britain. Everyone having from their different origins and ethnicity. And it is the story of 4 people. Next slide. Yeah, these are the 4 people. Leah Hamlet, Bishop Lake, Northern Google, and Felix Cooper. Leah Hamlet, she is the first narrative of our novel, and she is of Irish origin, and she was married a black man who is named as Bishop, and he is of Italian, French speaking, but he is an Algerian origin. He is a black man. So she used to be criticized in her past. Why did you marry a black man? You could have got a white man because you have a white complexion. She was many people have been criticizing her. She is somewhat not satisfied with her life. Because of this multicultural society, she is not feeling any inner happiness. That is it. But they are very ideal couple, but still there is a void in her heart. And the next character is Pisha Dev. She is usually called as Pisha, but that is her original name. While going to the college, she changed her name to Natalie. That is due to the pronunciation. The foreigners used to pronounce Natalie very easier than the name Pisha, which is of very she is of Jamaican origin. The name is too much to her whole cultural heritage. So in order to find the social value, she changed her name from Pisha Blake to Natalie. She changed her name, and in this novel, in these 4 characters among the Pisha is the only one who climbed the ladder of social and economic needs. She climbed it. She even got the post of barrister, which is not very possible for the multicultural society people. And these 4 people are second generation immigrants, not the first generation Londoners. First generation people will be go to the they will be having their both heritage. But these people they are not even a Londoners, even they can't be attached to their own cultural heritage. They are somewhat currently confused state in this multicultural society. And Nadar and Felix. These both are the best example for the dark side of the multicultural society. This Nadar and Felix Cooper, these both are drug addicts. And this Nadar have been lived along with this other 2 characters, Natalie and Leah, when he was younger. When they grew apart. But these 2 people represent the dark society of this multicultural world. They both have been addicted to this drug because of this confusion, who to talk to, how to go out, climb up the social ladder. They all in a confused state that make them addicted to this drug. And this Felix so much wanted to get ready from it. He wanted to come out of this drug addiction and his worst relationship. He got a new girlfriend to Grace. He tried to change himself, but because of the society, and he got mugged and killed by this northern woman, who was in a drafted position at that time, while he killed Felix Cooper. So these all 4 characters represent the multicultural society of North and West England. As she comes from a multicultural background, she makes the novels represent the best example for this multicultural society. All these characters are representation of people we can even correlate with the real life multicultural. Even India is a multicultural world. We are living in a different ethnicity, different people of different cultures, and we are living in a coordination only. So those who can't overcome this confused state can be coming to the good life. Their life can be good. But they are in their confused state, they can be end up like this Northern Babu and Felix Cooper. This is the main background of the story.
Ma'am, you have seen this a post-colonial perspective. Yeah. So how do you find this in the perspective of post-colonial? This multiculturalism leads to globalization.
As this is a society of people from different origins, Caribbean, Irish, different nations. So I think this may be the society leads to the globalization.
Okay, ma'am, you are taking it in the post class.
Yeah, it's full of post-colonialism. Thank you.
The next candidate is Paula.
The title of my paper is Contemporaneous Terrorism in English Language and Teaching. English language teaching are boosted social capability and social responsibility rather than modular native English speaking and foreign language. There is a great impact of modern technology in English language teaching and learning. My paper sheds light on current trends for impacting English among learners. These trends include strategies, teaching and learning, varied methods, embodied learning, teaching and learning platforms. The first thing I am here to discuss about strategic English language teaching. To make English language teaching more interesting and applicable, gamification has been introduced in the process of learning. Learn math, visual education, rubric
non-native use of grammar and vocabulary has been designated through formula. Formula can be used to study in all its forms and uses. Lexicographic software enable us to create and produce new dictionaries which will be published in further years. Next one is playway method. The current approach of education is primarily focused on interest of the students. The playway method captivates the students' interest and produces outstanding outcome and feedback. Students' enthusiasm is sparked through dramas, monologues, declamation content, debate, and competitions in vocabulary examinations. Networking and support groups. A wide variety of networking opportunities such as specialized interest groups, support groups, debate and chat groups are being offered through communication. This has allowed us to experience several people as allowed us to discover and generate specific knowledge which is relevant to our subject and as now we have some more less related of the book knowledges produced by experts or other things. We all can contribute to the creation of knowledge, where the knowledge emerges as a process rather than a completed process. Digital teachers and teaching. It is predicted that textbooks will disappear in few years due to the wide proliferation of tablets and smartphones. Moreover, there have been significant changes in the veracity and ability in the accessing of knowledge and information. Some of the highly known and beneficial technological methods are innovated for promoting the acquisition of grammar and verbal techniques. These include whiteboards and classroom tools. Adapting these kinds of practices have revolutionized several academic institutions. Technologies in the learning process are voice rate, Captivate, screen capture, PowerPoint, YouTube. For example, Twitter provides really beneficial learning resources like Cambridge Words, English 24/7, BBC, English Tips for Us, Learn English Easy. Many educators use Facebook pages to provide update in many languages with the intention of encouraging non-native speakers so they could easily comprehend them. Additionally, Tumblr blogging can be utilized as a motivating tool to inspire students to express their exact opinion and thoughts. Learning and teaching management practices. The use of learning management systems like Edero is growing. They provide students an online way to access handouts, carry on classroom discussion, and submit online assignments. It allows instructors and administrators to get a better reception of courses and curriculum. Some online platforms enable instructors to organize timetables for preparation, carry out administration, and writing homework. So this could help teachers to get sufficient time to interact students in the classroom. The worthiness of these innovations can be measured how much they aid improvement of English language proficiency among students and how much they support educators in inspiring the students to the most motivating ways. Embodied learning. The foundation of embodied learning is the notion that the learning goes beyond memorization. It entails using the both body and mind during the discussion and collaboration. Students need to be engaged emotionally, intellectually, physically, and socially. Learning is stimulated and inspired by courses like DrKK, in which students are encouraged to produce art through usage of audio, visual, and hand-on activity. Orbit Richmond helps aid learners to aid of age gap between 3 to 6 years to build their social and emotional cognitive skills. Thank you. These are some of the reasons.
And you have given the trends in English language learning and teaching. Is it completely focused on urban students, or how do you find it related to the rural? Let us coming to these specificities are not available for bigger students. So for them, how do you focus on them?
We should implement funds from governments to get smartphones and other gadgets for students, and they should be provided computer labs, like language labs to the students. Extra hours must be provided for these purpose of the accessibility of these apps. Can
After asking anyone left, any name and other. Thank you, Dr. Dera, for chairing this session and raising important questions to all the participants. Congratulations to all the participants. All the best for everything. Thank you.
Good evening, honorable speaker. It's my pleasure to welcome our head, Dr. and Dr.KK. They are students of English, English Arts and Science College, Bangalore. Then I welcome Dr. Virudhunagar, Senior Department of English Language Teaching, Faculty of Arts, University of Colombo, Srinagar. Then I welcome Dr. Mani, Senior Lecturer of English, Faculty of Modern Language and Communication, University of Malaysia. Then I welcome Dr. S. Professor Bodhi, Journal of India. Then I welcome Dr. K. Sumati, Associate Professor and Head Department of English, Virudhunagar College, Nadar. I welcome Nadar.
Thank you, sir. Now we will be having valedictory addresses by Dr. Mani, and Dr. K. Sumati through online.
My turn.
Recording in progress.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Please.
Okay, good afternoon. I need to share my slides. So could you all please enable sharing? Okay, do you all see my slide? Dr. Sumati, can you see my slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you,
Yes,
madam. If
yes.
something is not right, I depend on you, yeah? So you let me know if something is amiss
Yes,
there.
sure,
All right.
sure.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'll begin now. Yeah, good afternoon to everybody. The topic for this conference is recent trends in language and literature. However, I will be focusing on recent trends in literature only. Yeah. Now, ladies and gentlemen, now what is literature? Yeah, if you look into a dictionary, it will be defined as written works, especially those considered of superior or lasting artistic merit, or for example, a great work of literature. It also includes books and writings published on a particular subject, leaflets and other printed matter used to advertise products or give advice. Within its broad definition, literature includes non-fictional books, articles, or other printed information on a particular subject. Now, in other words, we can say literature is any collection of written work, but it is also used more narrowly for writings specifically considered to be an art form, especially prose fiction, drama, and poetry. Now, according to Kenneth Rexroth, literature is a body of written works. The name has traditionally been applied to those imaginative works of poetry and prose distinguished by the intentions of their authors and the perceived aesthetic excellence of their execution. Literature may be classified according to a variety of systems, including language, national origin, historical period, genre, and subject matter. Before the invention of writing thousands of years ago, literary works were spoken or sung and were retained as long as living people continued to repeat them. In recent centuries, the definition has expanded to include oral literature, much of which has been transcribed. Literature is a method of recording, preserving, and transmitting knowledge and entertainment, and can also have a social, psychological, spiritual, and political role. Now, why do people write? Yeah, have you all ever wondered why people write? Now, there are 4 reasons why people write. This is the category that I have made. Yeah, okay. First reason is to entertain. Okay, whereby justice will be done. That means after reading the text, you will feel entertained. Okay. Second reason is to expose. Okay, fiction and history. Injustice will be exposed, but justice will not be done. Okay. After reading the book, you're not going to feel happy because the contents of the book is not going to keep you entertained. Yeah, you'll be disturbed. Third reason why people write, okay, is to teach something. Yeah, it will be artificial in nature or written to propagate something. Yeah, the fourth reason is just to pour out his or her feelings, okay, or to express the author's feelings. All right, and here you will find lots of monologues playing with emotions. Okay, and according to Jean-Paul Sartre, in his book titled "What is Literature?" he attempts to devise an understanding of the effect literature has on those who are subjected to it. In the foreword, Sartre addresses his critics who condemn him for supposing literature can be political rather than relegated to purely art. Now, in ancient times, the main purpose of literature was to record information. Before paper was discovered and widely used, people carved the information on stones. For example, on the walls of Tanjore Big Temple, or Tanjavur Big Temple, or we call it Bradiswara Temple, you can find a carving of a white man on one of the gopuras. I wonder if I'm sure you would have visited this temple, okay, and would have observed this. For example, yeah, the white man here. By seeing this alien objects there, okay, the white men, we do not know when white men actually landed in India. Yeah, and on the Tanjore Big Temple, which was built 1,000 years ago, we could see this sculpture of a white man. And the other day when I was watching, I also discovered a white woman's sculpture there. If you can see a white woman sculpture here. Yeah, okay. And there are also inscriptions telling what happened, what took place, and so on. Okay, so we can conclude that they wanted to record the events and leave them behind for their descendants. In another place, for example, Angkor Wat. Yeah, Angkor Wat is in Cambodia. There are inscriptions of the entire Garuda Purana and the different types of punishments for sinners. Yeah, you can see this picture. The sinners are being dragged in chains. Okay, that was the literature before papers and books. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what is the recent trend in literature now? Yeah, if we look at the Western world, yeah, the recent trend in their literature is about the futuristic missions in the world. Literature, especially fiction writing in the Western world, is obviously gasping to keep abreast with the development of science and technology, which are inevitable and should be welcomed. Thus, themes evolving around the conflict of man with his surroundings and his inner self, social phenomenon, family and relationship crisis, which dominated the world of literature for centuries, seems to have taken the backseat and fallen out of favor among the contemporary Western writers. So it is not surprising to see novels produced in the Western world nowadays lingering around science and technology. For example, the contemporary writers who hail from the United Kingdom and United States especially are very much interested in writing science fictions. Science fiction is a literary genre of technological changes in human and his life and is full of imaginative and futuristic concepts and ideas. One of the most significant aspects of science fiction is human transformation. Now, the Western writers, their interest is writing on future times where human beings live in virtual environments with characters from future human evolution, such as cyborgs, superhuman, humanoids, androids, and artificial intelligent robots. Some of the most noteworthy science fiction novels by American science fiction writers are like Vitals, Quantico, War Dogs. Yeah, these were written by Greg Bear. Another notable science fiction writer from America is Joe Haldeman, who wrote Forever Peace, The Forever War, and The Tool of Trade. Well, ladies and gentlemen, however, when we look into the Indian fictions today, the contemporary writers, there seems to be a distinct difference between the path taken by the present Western and the Eastern writers. While the Western writers are venturing into the future, the world of cyborgs and humanoids, the contemporary writers from India have come up with a different and rather contradicting trend in their making of fictions. This is a new trend in Indian literature that I have noticed among the Indian contemporary writers for the past 10 years. Yeah, these writers seem to be very comfortable in reminiscing the past, the historical episodes, and rewriting them as novels. We will see how some of these contemporary writers in India have switched to this trend of writing, although many of these writers still prefer to harp on the traditional themes such as social phenomenon, politics, inner conflicts of the characters, religion, and so forth. But then there is certainly and definitely a clear and a notable new tendency that can be seen in some of the recent works. Yeah, there are a group of contemporary writers who actually love to rewrite the old epics in the form of fictions, a trend which is definitely alien in the writing of fiction in the Western world. In a clear breakaway from the normal modern fiction writings, these writers utilize the contents of well-known traditional literature or history, and by using their creativity and imagination, create a story inside the story. They normally pick on a particular character or a secluded episode from the selected epics or history and create an astonishing plot and a storyline which are highlighted or deemed important in the original text. By doing so, they provide another form of literature to the younger generations by giving life and glorifying the past or revealing a subtle message that is not seen at the surface of the original story. In short, writers are given the readers are given an opportunity to peek into their country's glorious past through the epics and its history, but at the same time lead the readers to ponder on issues which are not part of the objectives or themes of the original text. For example, Tanushree Podar's novel, Escape from Harem, which was written in 1996. A novel which has a setting of early 17th century India, when India was ruled by the Mughal emperor, King Jahangir. This novel chronicles the journey of a girl named Zinat, who is taken into the harem by Jahangir. She becomes a servant to Bahar Begum, a concubine, and later to Arjuman or Mumtaz. And it ends with the death of Mumtaz Mahal and the building of Taj Mahal. The entire story is set in the harem. The readers get a glimpse of what is happening in the harem. Okay, now one must remember that no history can be truly objective or comprehensive, because history is constantly written and rewritten. It also examines the relationship of literature with the power structures of the society. Prior to the historical recordings by historians on Mughal dynasty and its emperors, this writer takes the readers one step closer to look into the traits and characters of these emperors. In short, this novel helps to humanize history. This approach allows readers to experience and have the feel of what life would have been like at that period of time. Now, looking from the new historicist point of view, new historicism declares that a text must be analyzed through historical research that assumes that history and fiction are inseparable. As reiterated by Bressler, history and fiction can seem to go hand in hand in the works of some of these Indian writers, as these types of novels arouse the reader's curiosity to do a parallel reading of this text with the recorded history of the historians. More often than not, historians are selective and manipulative with events. In order to understand this, one just have to look at the way the Japanese school history books depict their Second World War soldiers as heroes and conveniently omit all the untold atrocities committed by them. But that is not the case with historical fiction. Many of the Indian contemporary writers have adapted to rewrite some of the historical episodes that took place in history of India. Now, Ashwin Sanghi, for example, his novel, The Krishna Key, is a thriller novel that provides an incredible alternative interpretation of the Vedic age that will be released by conspiracy buffs. In this novel, historian Ravi Mohan Saini must breathlessly dash from the submerged remains of Dwaraka and the mysterious lingam of Somnath to the icy heights of Mount Kailash in a quest to discover the cryptic location of Krishna's most prized possession. The story of Lord Krishna is presented as an autobiography at the beginning of each new chapter, followed by story of the present day. This is also an example of intertextuality, as the story takes the readers back to history from the ruins of Kalibangan to the Vrindavan temple, which was destroyed by Aurangzeb. The protagonist, Saini, must also delve into the antiquity to prevent a gross miscarriage of justice. Saini looks into the past of Indian mythologies, gray areas, and uncovers the truth about a serial killer who believes himself to be Kalki, the final avatar of Lord Vishnu. Saini explains about the Taj Mahal's architecture and the history to Radhika Singh. He further explains how the Taj Mahal was once a Hindu Raja's palace that was given to Shah Jahan so that he could create a final resting place for his queen. He also goes on to explain the symbols on Taj Mahal. It's not merely a crescent with stars, as is the usual Islamic symbolism. Yes, the crescent is indeed present, but above it is a water pot containing bent mango leaves with the leaves supporting a coconut. These statements definitely arouse the curiosity of the readers to do a parallel reading to find out further about this issue. Even I became very curious and I went to Agra to see Taj Mahal, if such thing exists, if it is built like that. So one must remember that fictional texts actually have no reason to manipulate facts, while historians look at the events as mere recordings of facts without indulging into the inner thought, the characters and their feelings. Now, Sanghi's another novel, Chanakya's Chant and the Rosabelle Lion, these two novels also demonstrate the same style of writing whereby the story of the past and the present time are told concurrently, but in different chapters. The Chanakya's Chant is a political thriller that includes wit, deception, treachery, jealousy that exists in Indian politics. Sanghi took the principles of the historical figure Chanakya and presents them in the historical setting and applies them to the current political theme. Now, another writer, another contemporary writer I would like to bring to your attention is Christopher Doyle. Okay, his best-selling novels are the Mahabharata Secret, Mahabharata Quest, the Alexander Secret, A Secret Revealed, and The Secret of the Druids. Now, the Mahabharata Secret is about Vijay and his friends who have to decrypt a series of clues which leads them to an overwhelming secret hidden by a brotherhood known as the Nine Men, who were created by the Emperor Asoka. Meanwhile, the Mahabharata quest, the Alexander Secret, is also about Vijay and his friends, but this time they embark on a quest to know about Alexander the Great's secret mission in India while battling bioterrorism. Another notable writer is Indu Sundaresan. Okay. In her novel, The Shadow Princess, she takes the readers to 17th century India as two princesses struggle for supremacy of their father's kingdom. Trapped in the shadow of the magnificent tomb that their grief-stricken father is building for his beloved deceased wife, the emperor's daughters compete for everything: control over the imperial harem, their father's affection, and the future of their country. They are forbidden to marry and instead choose to back different brothers in the fight for ultimate power over the throne. But only one of the sisters will succeed. Sundaresan picks up where she left off in her novels, titled The 20th Wife and The Feast of Roses, to take the readers another peek to the past. Reading these novels takes one to the realm of the Mughal period. She depicts the life of women in confinement in the harem at that time. The competition to grasp the little power garnered to the women in the harem is pictured very realistically in these novels. Another glaring aspect in Indu Sundaresan's Shadow Princess is the intelligence used in the way she exposes the turmoil, agony, anguish, and the pain that accompanies the life of women in India during that period of time, which without doubt is inherited to these days. From the surface, Shadow Princess may look like a narration to highlight the profound history of one of the most celebrated works of architecture in the world, the Taj Mahal. But one has to look deeper to understand how this author, with an enthusiasm for history and a flair for rich detail, brings the readers deep into the complicated lives of Indian women of that time period. Now, as claimed by Bressler, history can never provide us with the truth or give us a totally accurate picture of past events or the worldview of a group of people. This can only be done by fictional historians. They are not only capable to put forward the case of an event like historians do, but have the ability to indulge further, to incorporate the feelings and the sentiments engulfing the people involved in that particular incident. It is a grave mistake if anyone is to think that all these novels, which draw the story from the essence of literature of the yesteryears, are mere alternate style of storytelling to satiate the over-enthusiastic crave for writing by some writers. And it is even a bigger sin if we were to brush them aside as a genre which came forth due to the lack of original substance or imagination among the writers. Instead, there is a subtle and a very profound philosophical messages hidden deep beneath these creative narrations, capitalizing on the epics of the past. So subtle were the messages camouflaged in the attire of yesteryears that it demands a sensitive reader, a critical mind, and a sympathetic insight to comprehend the purpose of this new trend in literature now in India. It is true that Tanushree Podar's Escape from Harem and Indu Sundaresan's Shadow Princess highlights the Mughals as great builders, and one significant monument that is seen as one of the wonders of the world, the Taj Mahal. But at the same time, we cannot be oblivious to the fact that Podar and Sundaresan, through their careful dissection of lifestyle, romance, revenge, infighting, jealousy, lust, brutality, inhumanity, cruelty, and the retribution of those hiding behind the heavily guarded fortress, has also taken advantage to tear the masks of the highly acclaimed Mughal rulers. One cannot help but to wonder if the authors are not deliberately trying to question the justification of name and fame awarded by history to this dynasty, which savaged the Hindu India, demolished 60,000 Hindu temples, constructing mosques on 3,000 sites, and denying the descendants of this land to inherit the rich heritage of their ancestors. After all, this is the dynasty during whose reign in the Deccan Plateau cost almost 20 million lives in the name of religion. Is not this what is also being done by Sanghi when he depicts the Vrindavan temple destroyed by Aurangzeb in his novel The Krishna Key? At the same time, Sanghi did not only produce a thriller novel based on Lord Krishna's earthly presence, but also opened the eyes of the world to the avatar concept that stress on the existence of divinity within oneself, which is the distinctive philosophy of the land of Bharat alone. Now, meanwhile, Christopher Doyle, with his best-selling novels, The Mahabharata Secret and The Mahabharata Quest, The Alexander Secret, took it upon himself to highlight to the world the majesty of kingdom of the olden India, while at the same time taking advantage to open the eyes of the present generation to the grandeur of Mahabharata and the theological nectar contained in the Srimad Bhagavatam, which is a part of the great epic. Now, picking on the past, okay, this is Kailashnath temple, yeah? Now, picking on the past and rewriting the epics or history of yesteryears seems to be the paradigm shift among the contemporary Indian writers now. In a world that is gushing forward in the quest for development and achievement, it may puzzle some of us on why the Indian writers choose to go backward. Why did they adopt this trend of going backwards? Yeah, maybe the words of Mark Twain can throw some light to this question. Mark Twain says this: India is the cradle of human race, the birthplace of human speech, the mother of history, the grandmother of legend, and the great-grandmother of tradition. Our most valuable and most abstractive materials in history of men are treasured up in India only. The Indian writers are well aware of this. They knew their origin, the valor of their tradition, the height of their philosophy, and the supremacy of their spirituality. Thus, unlike their counterparts in the Western world, who are so obsessed with an imaginary future of virtual environments and characters from future human evolution as cyborgs, superhumans, humanoids, androids, and artificial intelligent robots, the Indian writers are too grounded intellectually, emotionally, and spiritually to dwell into these unreal worlds. The Westerners need to create an imaginary futuristic world because they have no solid philosophical, cultural, or religious backing. Except for the Greek and the Romans, the entire Europe was still engulfed in cultural darkness when the Indians were already chanting the mantras from the 4 Vedas. The Vedic era has reached its zenith almost 1,500 years before the coming of Christ. Buddha's 8 noble paths were in practice in this land almost 500 years before the term Christianity came into being. The one nation that symbolizes modernization and development of the Western world today, namely Britain, who colonized almost 85% of the world at one time, were inhabited by uncivilized barbarians when the Indians were dwelling in the state-of-art cities of Mohenjo-daro and Harappa. And the states of America did not even exist at that time. So these Indian writers, with such a magnificent origin and a rock-solid religious and philosophical foundation, have no reason to play hide and seek with uncertain future. They prefer to consolidate the gems of the past and pass it on to enhance humanity and the younger generation of India. While the Westerners, with the limitation in their heritage, can't help asking, what is there in the past? But Indians can safely ask, what is there not in our past? So they found a way to retell many stories from the vast collection of the Vedas, Puranas, Ramayana, and Mahabharata to enrich the human race. Indian fiction writers may retell the mythology because they may relate the ancient past to the present. Just like the tiger that retreats to gain momentum for a greater leap, these writers turn back to sip the nectar in the vast ocean of their tradition to spread, to sweeten the path ahead for the betterment of mankind. Okay, with that note, I would like to end my keynote today. Thank you for listening. Okay, before I take leave, I wish all of you happy Deepavali and have a safe celebration. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bala.
Manoj. Okay. Hello. Am I audible to you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can I start, sir?
Please.
Hello. Okay. A very good afternoon to the elite gathering present here. First and foremost, I Sir, shall I start?
Yes.
Am I audible to you, sir? Okay, a very good afternoon to the elite gathering present here. First and foremost, I owe my gratitude to Dr. Balakrishnan, who has genuinely invited me to be the part of the conference on trends in English language and literature. Next, I profusely thank the entire team of Virudhunagar Hindu Nadars Senthikumara Nadar College, Virudhunagar, and Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Science for having invited me to deliver the valedictory address. I just want to confine myself to American drama, especially to David Mamet, an American Jewish playwright. As far as American drama is concerned, since its inception, it struggled to the core for its inferior quality and status. In 1889, Brandon Matthews, a dramatic critic, spoke bitterly against the decline of American drama. Another critic, John Gassner, criticized that American drama was of no importance till Eugene O'Neill emerged. It was considered as an unwanted child. At present, it constantly undergoes radical changes due to the social, political, cultural, and economic changes of the American society. Southwark Theatre of 1766 was the first permanent theatre on the American continent, and it continued its existence till 1912. Thomas Godfrey, a native author, produced his first professional play, The Prince of Parthia, on 24th April 1767 in this theatre. Though American playwrights produced new plays in large numbers from 1880s to 1920s and copyright protections increased, there was not a single noteworthy drama in American literature. The emergence of drama, melodramas, and the ethnic theatres played a major role in the development of American drama. The ethnic theatres included Italian American, Swedish American, Irish American, Ukrainian American, Norwegian American, German American, Mexican American, and Chinese American in California. Each culture brought its own folk-flavored dramas. Thus, American drama, from its beginning, contributes its remarkable share through the pluralistic voices of playwrights from the United States. And it represents what might be called an American experience. The characters, they just reflect the image of America. The playwrights create independently and explore multiple ideas depending on the different issues of the people of their society. Poetry, fiction, and non-fictional prose continue to dominate the canon of American literature, while American drama hovers only on the periphery. In spite of all its limitations, American drama attains its international status only in 1920s and 1930s with the works of Eugene O'Neill. John Gassner comments, find fault with Eugene O'Neill and you find fault with the entire American stage. In his early plays, was extremely responsive to the social and political movements. He had a hatred for class distinction and social inequality, which still exists even today. Next comes Thomas Lanier Tennessee Williams. From 1911 to 1983, the successor of O'Neill, he frequently deals with intricate relationships among individuals as well as the neurosis and psychological disintegration. His characters are fractured, insecure, and dissociated with others, and even with his own confident self-identity. Next comes Arthur Miller. He depicts the fighting of the individuals against the oppressions and the oppressors. Then Edward Albee, who has categorized himself to the school of absurd theater, emerged. The popular culture through television, shopping centers that initiated the growth of consumerism, and 3D movies paved way for nuclear families. These radical changes left many writers like Albee confused, discontented, as human values and standard of life underwent a complete transformation. Sam Shepard, who occupies the world of American drama, discusses the themes of fascination for pop culture, that is rock and roll, drugs, television, and bizarre family relationships. He repeatedly examines the themes of moral and spiritual starvation in his drama. Afterwards, the American Jewish playwright David Mamet appears on stage. Indeed, his characters are self-centered, and hence they are indifferent to everything and everyone, except they focus on the fulfillment of their own dreams. Still, they yearn for contact and love. Alas, their self-absorption and self-conceit make them the embodiment of loneliness and frustration, and hence they retreat into a world of fiction, that is fantasy, where they can bind themselves with a world of deception. As far as David Mamet's Zolina, this is a drama written by David Mamet, and as far as his Zolina is concerned, there are two main characters by name John, the professor in his 40s, and Carol, his students in their 20s. And this drama is, to your information, I want to inform you that this has been prescribed for the second English students of MS University. Let us go into detail. As far as the character Carol is concerned, pedagogy provides an unpromising and unreceptive environment to her, like every student feels at present. Carol has never been able to find any nourishment in her culture. When John expresses his frustration and dissatisfaction over Carol's class performance, like every teacher does, when not everyone, the very few teachers, they just, instead of motivating the students, they may pass negative remarks, thinking that that may promote the interest in the student. Carol shrinks like a hurt snail and feels inefficient, incompetent, and inactive. Eventually, she is shattered into umpteen fragments. She exposes her inability to learn and understand anything from her studies. This is the dialogue spoken by Carol. No, there are people out there, people who came here to know something. They didn't know who came here to be helped. She says that these students want to be helped by the professors. Someone would help them to do something, to get on in the world. How can I do that if I fail, but I don't understand what anything means. I walk around from morning till night with this one thought in my head, I am stupid. And she says that as a student, I walk around the whole premise, college premise, and then I don't get any help. That means academic help from the professors. And what is the use if I stay here in college without getting what I need? And she expresses a sense of isolation, rejection, and stupidity that she experiences in the classroom. And she feels that she is incomparably nothing to all other students. Postmodern techniques so prevalent in the realm of drama is strikingly discernible in Mamet's Zolina. The title of the play itself is ironic, as it conveys the meaning nowhere and impossible. Utopian dream. The dream of the girl is an utopian dream. And so the meaning of it is considered as nowhere and which is highly impossible. Carol, once again, she speaks, nobody tells me anything. All I sit here in the corner, in the back, and everybody is talking about this all the time. And concepts, precepts, and what in the world are you talking about? And I read your book. They said, fine, go in that class because you talked about responsibility to the young. I don't know what it means. And I am talking. You see that the sentence that she uses, the dialogue that she uses, the statement that she uses, I'm talking. And there are ellipses that shows that I'm talking, man. You please listen to me. And I am a student. And you are the professor who is here to listen what I want to convey. But you don't give any importance or you don't give attention to what I speak, so that you please listen. And she loathes her own self and her work. She calls her work garbage. and herself pathetic. Carol is under constant subjugation and humiliation whenever John and the periodic phone calls in connection with the purchase of a new house cut off her questions in the mainstream. The professor is very much anxious to buy a new house, and he doesn't give complete attention to the grievances of Carol. As a result, she gets angry, and then she becomes angry, and she just tells that I'm speaking with you, I am talking with you. The professor, who should maintain a distance with his student, crosses the boundary and thus explicitly allows her to know about his own stupidity in his early life, his problems with his wife and work. You see that the girl student has come to him to clarify her doubts regarding the lessons. But here in front of the girl, he just discusses all the personal things and desires that he has in his mind. So he explicitly reveals what kind of a professor he is. Subsequently, he tries to take off the artificial stricture between the teacher and the student. He himself, as a professor, he criticizes the test as nonsense, and the tenure committee, which is about to give him promotion, as the bad tenure committee, and above all degrades the members of the tenure committee by saying, why? They had people voting on me, I would not employ to wax my car. And he says that the members of the tenure committee they are unfit even to wax his car. Finally, the exasperated John commits the mistake of offering her an A grade for the whole term if she will meet him few more times. You see that he just gives her an assurance that if you just come and meet me few more times, I will grade you. I will just give you A grade for the whole term. And he does this because he likes her, and he thinks that they are similar. The bewildered Carol is even more stupefied and shocked when she hears him telling, there is no one here but you and me, which is not expected from a professor by a student. Her high hope of getting education to get on in the world is broken into pieces. As a professor, John criticizes the educational process as virtual warehousing of the young and ritualized annoyance and useless as it is heavily structured. The professor has given her assurance that he would he would offer her a grade, and he says, and he criticizes the educational process as the virtual warehousing of the young, where the institution store, we can take into that sense only, where they just store only the young minds in a confined classroom without giving what they want. And we just give what we have in our mind without realizing the expectation of the young. And so that he himself, as a professor who has to promote and the interest of and the expected student, he just criticizes the educational process as virtual warehousing of the young and ritualized annoyance and useless as it is heavily structured. John then punctuates his lesson on theories of higher education with an indecorous analogy of fornication about, you see that this thing should not be discussed with his student, but he says just to compare education, he just makes use of the following dialogue. The rich copulate less often than the poor, but when they do, they take more of their clothes off. This is the thing that should not be discussed with the student, especially by a professor. John's educational theory is thoroughly progress and postmodern in its emphasis. As a first step, he wants to overturn the oppressive relationship of authoritarian teacher and passive student in favor of an active, cooperative, and social process. He seems to be liberal and non-conservative, but he himself breaks his own concept by being conflictive and contradictory. He says that traditional system is not useful, and we have to go after this postmodern system of modern education, and the educational theory has to be changed, and there should not be no artificial stricture. I mean, there should be no gap between the teacher and the student. Everything he says But again, he just enters into a world of traditional system of education by remaining himself as a dominating professor. Mehmet encountered progressive education in his own days at Goddard College. I graduated without a single demonstrable or practical skill. And that is the education that David Mamet got. John has published a book that develops such ideas. Carol, from her notes, quotes phrases that highlight his attack on traditional pedagogy and its outcome. Virtual housing of the young and the curse of the modern education. John, therefore, attempts to demonstrate the superiority of the enlightened individual over received institutional theory and practice. In dealing with Carol, he is certain that he will be able to enlighten her. However, he fails in his mission. The philosophical principle is not the basis for this sort of educational system, which is inconsistent with the postmodernism, but the personal conviction of John's own life experience. In his student says, the professor says, he struggled with the feelings of incompetence like Carol. I hated school, he says. I hated teachers. I hated everyone who was in the position of a boss because I knew, I didn't think, mind you, I knew I was going to fail. He was in the same position in which position that Carol is now. So he just he identifies his own position with the position of Carol. The tenure process is just another arbitrary assessment of his self-worth by unworthy judges. He himself says that I am worthy, whereas the judges who are there to give me promotion, they are unworthy. They are not even fit enough to back my call. John accuses this idiotic system includes the bad tenure committee, which has not yet signed off on his promotion. As his own experience liberated him from the tyranny of impersonal and objective system, he offers Carol the same opportunity by offering, your grade is an A, forget about the paper. Carol protests. As a student, she protests. How can you say that I will be given a grade A for the whole term? For which he replies, and she also protests. There are rules. But John brushes aside her view and he says that the class is you and me. The class is in between you and me. We won't tell anybody. And this is once again the mistake of the Professor John. He should not have confided this kind of thing with a student. As far as Carol is concerned, she has different expectations about the professor's role because she expected that he would be rude and that he would be so sincere, that he would be very genuine, and he would clarify all the doubts that she had regarding the lessons that she had. And then, what happened is it happened otherwise. So that when he says that you and me and you rich people populate less than the poor, but they just take off their clothes. When all these remarks are passed by the professor, she has become so much shocked. From the beginning, her language is tilted and complicated because she is at the threshold of doubt and she is at the threshold of clarification. She is at the threshold of success, so that her language is so tilted and complicated. The more John becomes condescending, the more Carol becomes chaotic and problematic. As a result, she switches her desire from passing the class to understanding the subject material of John. Then she says that, sir, you need not give me grade A or this or that. You please make me understand your subject material of your own book. I don't understand anything of what you have written in your book. In spite of his postmodern views, John makes her feel negative without showing any in-depth care, consideration, and inclination towards her welfare and improvement. Carol is only in need of traditional schooling, passive curriculum, and unilateral teacher authority. She does not feel gratified with a strong, participatory, and effective opening. John does not practice what he has preached. He has no patience to listen to the grievances of Carol. Instead, he regularly interrupts her and shows his indignation at her hesitant efforts. Are you checking your notes? Tell me in your own words. He attacks middle class prejudices about the value of education, but at the same time, pursues its rewards, tenure, status, and a rise in the salary. Yes, it is something ridiculous about the professor. One curses the traditional system of education, and one curses the tenure committee, the status, and rise in salary. But he expects the same in return. He is highly sensitive and domineering. His opinions on higher education degenerate the tender and fine feelings of the sensitive young girl Carol. She suffocates under his verbiage. She suffers. She is not able to understand the vocabulary is used by the professor, and she is under his superficial force to be a man of letters throughout the play. Subsequently, she becomes upset and she begins to doubt her self-identity. The professor does not give her space to express her feelings, views, or emotions. Whenever she wants to say something, he just abruptly he speaks and he just breaks the sentence and he just says, "I'm good, 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 okay, okay, okay." This is the thing that he says. Then finally, Carol says, "I'm speaking, I'm speaking, I'm talking." When Carol is about to confide a secret that she has never told anyone, a phone call, as usual, interrupts her confession. As a result, she has to suppress her secret and pain, for John is always preoccupied with the matters of his own personal benefit. He appears to be an oscillating and a wavering professor. His preoccupation with the purchase of a new house, tenure committee, and family makes him restless and anxious. So he hangs in between the desire for a new house and the special concern for Carol. When he comes to know that Carol has filed a case against him with the tenure committee and has charged him as a sexist, racist, and an elitist, he explodes into fragments and shrinks into nothing in front of his own student Carol. You see that what is so pathetic is that a girl, one girl has shown herself as a submissive student in front of him in the beginning. She just raises she starts raising her voice against him, and she just has gone to the extreme of filing a case against her own professor under the charges of sexism, racism, and elitism. And he is none in front of his own student, and he is nothing in front of his own student. Though he tries to justify his own act, Carol does not give any attention to his explanation as he has done earlier. Because whenever she wants to speak up, he doesn't pay any attention. Now the same thing is repeated and the teacher is taught. And Carol becomes angry. Then there is a challenge about a faith in the value of education. She also informs him that she will withdraw her complaint against him if he is ready to remove his own books from the list of university. You see that this is the order that is passed by a student to her professor, saying that if he is ready to remove his books from the list of university books, then she will just withdraw her complaint. And this is the threat given by the student to her professor. The condition that she makes now is more or less similar to the condition that John has made in Act 1 in offering her grade A for the whole course, because he has already laid one condition there, saying that if you just come and meet me quite often, then I'll just award you a grade. So here she says that if you just remove your books from the list of university books, then I'll just withdraw my complaint. And then he says, he explodes and shouts at her, "Get out of here. Get the fuck out of my office." She further warns him that a group may pursue criminal charges of battery, that is a brutal attack, attack, corporal punishment, and attempted rape. As a fragmented postmodern girl, she poses her resistance and interrogations to John that make him completely crushed to the level of dust. When John cuts off further discussion and asks her to quit, he gets a phone call from his wife and personally addresses her, "Babe, baby." As Carol turns to go, she commands him, "Don't call your wife baby." Carol's inclusive admonition triggers the emotional eruption of John, and finally, he resorts to physical violence that makes him a tragic character at last. The subversion of roles, such as the teacher becoming the victim of the student, and the student becoming the teacher, and the teacher becoming the victim, clearly reiterates the employment of postmodern features in this drama. Most of Mamet's plays provide the readers with ethical values in societies with which people lack the capability of making good connection with others. They search for stable relationship with each other. However, in order to preserve their personal benefits, they whimsically embitter the companionship they desire to build up. Gradually and naturally, they tend to be alienated from their true selves and others. Under the pressures of materialistic concern, people drift towards a spiritual and moral vacuum, and their immersion into fathomless realm of anxiety, chaos, and perversion. They somehow seek to establish a congenial relationship with others, yet beneath the surface of their marriage, friendship, and familial relationship, there remains only a trap to engulf its victims. The more they grow reticent, less they become cordial, cooperative, and friendly, that they emerge as fractured individuals. And then, whichever side you take, you are wrong is the subtitle of Olina. On analyzing the play, one can very well infer that John has crushed Carol on subjugating her under sexual harassment. Again, she has gained her power through the fortitude that she nurtured at the time of her struggle. Her unflinching faith in her steadfast effort and her subsequent successes exposes her to be a woman of unappeasable spirit and power. Though John has been humiliating, hurting her from the very beginning, she races against a professor with a relentless opposition. Of course, John does flaunt his academic power. He intentionally or unintentionally demeans her by shouting at her in an authoritative tone, "Sit down." He also physically forces and urges her to withdraw the complaint against him. He unashamedly lowers himself in front of his own inexperienced student to secure his job, position, and power. When she realizes that hers is a utopian dream and she has to undergo humiliation, punishment, sexual harassment, degradation, failures, etc., she indulges in self-loathing. In spite of hardships and hurdles that she has faced, she tries to project herself with vigor and energy, crushing the obstacles under her feet. Both John and Carol try to dominate and rule each other. They confront and contradict until the end of the play, with an ultimate aim of conquering the other to acquire and maintain a place in the mainstream of life. As the events take place in a land of indeterminacy, they waver, falter, and rise again with a sense of fighting spirit to meet the challenges of the present, to lay a foreground for their affluent future. This attitude inculcates in them a daring spirit to quell the impending danger that menaces their very existence. As far as Carol is concerned, Mamet shows her unrelenting struggle for equality in the masculine space of the university. Though her professor silences, dismisses, marginalizes, and objectifies her, she does not fail to oppose him. His humiliations and insults to assert her very existence on behalf of all the suppressed women of her category. As he is intelligent, witty, outwardly charming, and inwardly cunning, sprayed with competition, self-conceit, self-interest, John compels her to pose as the perfect foil to his manipulative charms. She becomes vulnerable, suspicious, angry, dogmatic, and envious. His malignant attitude torments her, but she is at war with him with the hope of usurping his security, power, and position, or destroying them altogether. Several binary opposition, such as teacher and student, man and woman, age and youth, experience and ignorance, privilege and deprivation, finally domination and subjugation, bring out the imbalance of power that exists between them. There are frequent reversals of these opposing factors, but John and Carol are never able to reconcile with each other or crush each other. Thus, the oppositions, the replacements, and displacements of position characterize the play as a modern, postmodern one. Thus, here we can understand that Carol wields a power over John so that he can no longer harm her. She goes to the extent of defying the court order that instructs her not to meet him alone. So she just goes and meet him all alone. And as she becomes empowered and elevated to a higher plane, she attacks him and belittles him. She is least bothered about his position, power, and status, though her professor has a major role in shaping her future. She furiously attacks him. I don't care what you feel. Do you see? Do you see? You can't do that anymore. You do not the power. There is ellipsis. She also questions his patriarchal approach and attitude towards his girl students. Thus, what gives you the right? Yes, to speak to a woman in your private. You feel yourself empowered to embrace the students. Carol tries to inflict the same pain and humiliation and victimization that John has earlier exercised on her. Her following speech throws light on the changing attitude. Carol says, you asked me in here to explain something to me as a child that I did not understand. But I came to explain something to you. You are not God. You asked me why I came. I came here to instruct you. Carol outrightly admits that she has come to teach him a lesson. A student, she says, she boldly says that she has come to teach the professor a lesson. She goes one step worse or further by replacing an old oppression with a new one of brandishing a list of books, including his books from the course. When she gains power over John at the expense and exclusion of him, she simultaneously gains control over his space and the space of the institution. She accuses that his jokes, domineering language, power, and his physical caresses are the causes of her mental agony. And here you see that nowadays we just get a lot of complaints like this sexual harassment of teacher against the easy prey. I mean, the girl students. And sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't happen. But the girl students, they just falsely accuse the innocent professor. We can't say that innocent professor. The professor, one who comes to a college only within a classroom, only with an intention of imparting what is needed to the student, he is accused under the charges of rapism, sexual harassment, and then attempted rape, this and that. So that in order to avoid such things, it is a must that if students focus only on education and only on their purpose, and the teachers, if they just limit themselves with their own teaching, no such issues would evolve, and no such problems would affect the society. So here, at the end of explaining the character of Carol, I just tell you that I just leave the position of justification of John Professor to your decision and opinion. So I kindly request all the participants to read Olina written by David Mamet and defend or defeat the professor, depending upon your experiences, depending upon your knowledge. Thank you, one and all, for giving me this opportunity, especially to talk about David Mamet's Olina. Thank you. Thank you. இன்னும் முடியலங்க.